everyone. Welcome in. Welcome in. Thank you for being here. I thought I would do a short intro tonight. We got a long live ahead of us. I hope you come prepared. Hello, H. Davis. Woo! First again. I told you number one's your lucky number. Lucky number. Hello, Sharon. Welcome in. Thank you for being here. Hello, beautiful Janice. Thank you for being here. Hello, Joanne. Let's see what you said. Everyone just got finished watching the first video. It was fantastic. Thank you, darling. It was a good live today. If you haven't watched that, y'all go back and watch it because it really was one of the better lives. And you will get a feel for this case if you don't know anything about it. It really is good. And she said, I even enjoyed breakfast cereal so much that I went over and subbed up. Well, thank you so much. That guy, he has some good commentary. I can tell you that. He's funny. And I know these things are not funny sometimes, but I really like him because we really needed that. We did. We really needed that. And, we had to snicker a little bit, right? Sometimes we got to lighten up before we get into the deep stuff. This is all deep. Thank you for subbing up. I really appreciate you, Joanne. And thank you for saying that was a good live earlier. I appreciate you. Welcome in, everybody. Let's see who else we got here. We got Annabella, honey. Hello, girly. Y'all go over and see Annabella and sub up to Annabella as well. My sweet friend there. Please go sub up with her as well. Let's see. We have... I said hello to Sharon. So I think everybody is pretty much in here. I'm sure that people will come in and out. We have 2 screens going. I am trying to work that out. I know it's confusing for some. Just ignore it. Just pay attention to whatever screen you want. How about that? How about that? We are running some tests to see how it works. I don't know. Everybody's starting to use them. Something new YouTube threw out there. So those things. It is still Sunday, November 23rd, 2025, and I hope you all have had a wonderful Sunday. I hope you had a blessed day. I hope you got some things done. Did anything interesting happen with any of y'all, with any of my Smiley Squad people? Nothing interesting here. Yeah, you got live, first live 3 times in a row. You sure did. Absolutely. Yeah. You did. You had a good day? Yeah, I had a good day. I had a fantabulous day. It was nice and quiet. Knock on wood, honey. Janice said, no, nothing at all. Nothing all going on. Sometimes that's good too, Janice. Just to get some peace, peace and quiet, and get some time to yourself. Sometimes I like those days. Hello, Deanna. Hello. Good to see you. Much love to you. Much love. Welcome in, everyone. Thank you for being here. So, if, again, you didn't watch the earlier live today, you can go back and watch it later. It was a good live, if I have to say so myself. If I have to say so. She said, Sharon said she went shopping and it was crazy. I bet it was, honey. People was running in the storehouse. Oh my gosh. I know it is that time of year right here before Thanksgiving. It's going to be crazy. I don't even want to dare to ask what store you went to because I do a lot of my grocery shopping in Walmart. And I am telling you what, honey, that gets wild. And I don't think if I need to do any shopping for any groceries, I'm going to be going in there because it's just tough. It's tough at this time of year. It really is. Uh, I bet there's a lot of things gone by now, to be honest with you. But it is what it is. I'm not going to stress over it, right? I'm not going to stress over it. Oh, it is what it is. I am just thankful and blessed that I'm here and that you're here with me. How about that? How about that? Anytime I can wake up, I'm just thankful. This time last year was not a good time at all, was definitely not good. And I'm just blessed that I'm here this year with my family, my own little family, in my own little world, in my own little house, doing my own little thing. And I ain't stressing about nothing, not nothing. I am thankful and blessed. Deanna said she done her shopping Saturday. And you know, a lot of people's out on the weekends doing their shopping. They are. And that can be the most busiest time. The most busiest time. I'm still going to squeeze in the Thanksgiving Christmas one that I have. I want to do that one. That'll be a little fun live, a little light live. So I'm still going to do that one. This live is part 1. I know there's no way. Hey, Cecilia, good to see you again. No, you're not late, honey. We're just chit-chatting. I know that this is such a long interrogation. I find it very interesting, and but there's no way I'll probably be able to cover it all tonight, so we'll probably do half and half. It's like over 6 hours. Good Lord, honey, it is over 6 hours. So some people might be able to do that. I don't know if I will or not. So far, I've moved up. I think I've got 5 hours. I think that's my highest I've ever been. I don't know. We'll just see how it goes. But it's late, you know, so I don't know. I think we'll do half and half. We'll just do this one part 1. And I'm calling this one the calm before the storm, before everything unravels here, right? So I want to start breaking this down, and because it's one of the most disturbing, I think, but I think it's also a very strategic interrogation that was ever recorded. And this is the Israel Keys interrogation. And it wasn't just for a serial killer. He was a master manipulator. He used travel. He used planning, psychological games. He did everything he could to avoid being caught. It eventually caught up with him, though. And it was over a decade, but it caught up with him. So in this series right here that we're going to do, I'll be reacting to the best I can. I'm not too good at that. Sometimes I'm just me. So I thank you for sticking with me. We can all have our thoughts and opinions, so throw them in there. We'll get through this together, and we'll react to this video, this interrogation, to the footage, and we'll pause and we'll talk about it. We'll talk about what happened beneath the surface, if we can, and what the tactics were and the mind games he played in this 6-hour interview. The idea that he went over this story, his story so calmly, I was shocked. I mean, he was just calm as a cucumber, right? But if you didn't see the live today, go back. There's a lot of information in there. And as you can see, Joanne even subbed up to one of the videos that I played. And so we like our people that allow us to share and, get out good shows and stuff like that. I guess we will start, since we have, have it up here and it's going to be long. There's no need to go on with a bunch of crap right now. So just thank you for being here. Just hold your horses, get your drinks, get your coffee, get all your snacks, get your stuff, and prop up and We gonna go. Hold on just a minute. Cool as a cucumber, honey. All right, let's see. Look at this. I'm gonna turn on just
Didn't sleep much last
music.
night. No, not that. These are good workout apparently. I had muscles sore this morning I didn't even know I had.
Really?
Which muscles?
Gee, that's a good thing you didn't get a full on.
Just remind me, like those late night infomercials that used to sell those machines that shock your abs and stuff.
Oh.
It's like that one.
You had one? You bought one of them?
No, Kimberly did.
Oh, okay.
But I tried it once just for a little bit.
You get ripped from it?
No.
Well, Rick, so you weren't too taken with the machine, basically?
No, all the ab
Yeah.
shocker things? Yeah, those things are like freaking fingernails on a chalk. I'd do something.
Okay, well, Israel, we're run through this same stuff that we do every time. We're running tape here just so we make sure we get all the facts straight. So,
Alright.
And I just want to confirm we didn't interrupt a meeting with your attorney when we picked you up here
No.
in court today, right? Or at the jail today, I'm sorry. Right?
No.
Okay. And you're here voluntarily, right?
Yes.
Okay. You understand that we can't talk about anything to do with the case involving Samantha Koenig. If you do start talking about that stuff, then we'll have to stop the interview and we'll have to take you back to jail. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to run through your Miranda rights here. I know we've been through them before, but we're going to run through them one more time. Before we ask any questions, you must understand your rights. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can be used against you in court. You have the right to talk to a lawyer for advice before we ask you questions. You have the right to have a lawyer with you during questioning. If you cannot afford a lawyer, one will be appointed for you before any questioning if you wish. If you decide to answer questions now without a lawyer present, you have the right to stop answering at any time. Do you understand these rights as I've explained them to you?
Yes.
And with that explanation in mind, are you willing to waive your rights and speak with us today?
Yes.
One other thing, you've got standby counsel appointed in this particular matter. I believe it's Rich Kurtner.
Yes.
And it may also be Jacqueline Walsh. I'm not 100% sure of that, but be that as it may, do you want either of those attorneys present today?
No.
Are you on any medications or any other substances that we should know about?
No.
And are you having any difficulty understanding where you're at or what's going on?
No.
Okay. I didn't think so. All right, now that we're done with that, I apologize. We're going to jump in here, and the first thing I got to tell you, Israel, we talked about a little bit earlier, that stunt yesterday in the courtroom did not go over well.
With who?
Well, with a lot of folks, not the least of which were the prosecutors. And that was the delay, actually, getting in here is we knew you had some legal questions, and so we reached out for them to say, hey, Israel says he's got some questions. Are you guys available to speak to him? And I couldn't even get one. One of them was in court, and the other one said, basically.
I don't see who three.
After yesterday.
Hey.
So,
Oh, there you are. Hey. Thank you for being
Why are
here.
they afraid I'd actually get away? that would be embarrassing for them, I guess.
No, it's. I don't think that they were looking at it from that perspective.
Lawyers just don't like excitement. That's all it is.
Well, it's more of a understanding that they thought we were kind of working towards a goal, and they're working on trying to keeping Vermont on board and doing everything.
I would have sent them an anonymous letter.
Yeah. And so they're kind of wondering where we're at with that. Where are we at with what's changed since yesterday?
More handcuffs. I don't know.
Yeah.
Well, what's changed for you, though?
Nothing. possibly additional charges. Well, I don't understand why it surprises me that they would take that personally at all. It really didn't have anything to do with them.
Well, I didn't interpret it as though they took it personally. They're very concerned and very frustrated because I think in their mind we had a business relationship set up here, and they worked very hard to kind of lay out their position and the things that they thought that they could potentially do that would be in your interest based on the information you've provided. And so they felt like we had a business relationship, and they felt like the actions that you took yesterday really kind of threw that out the window. And I gotta be honest, it kind of looked that way from our perspective too.
Oh, I disagree. I mean, honestly, and I know we can't go too far back into some of the original interviews that I had with them, but by their own words yesterday, in their opening statement to the judge in court, I feel like they have not been honest with me about what my bottom line has been throughout all this, and that's what I wanted to talk to them about. So.
Okay, so those that wasn't in here, some of y'all may have saw this first clip in here, so I do apologize. We do have to go through it for those that didn't see it. But I do want to say, yeah, it's disturbing how he laughs. And the reason that he was caught is because, remember, the 18-year-old girl, Samantha, in Alaska, that he took out of the coffee shop. And it was really disturbing, the facts and everything that led up to it. And we'll probably go over that later. But that's why he was caught, because, and Janice, I know you wasn't in here today, but I don't know if you saw this or you know this case. But this man was in the military before. He got an honorable discharge. He run his own business. He worked construction. He had a young child, a girlfriend. He had everything going for him, and people just thought he was a normal guy. But his demeanor, when he got caught with everything, and his demeanor is something else. I mean, calm, cool, collected. And then in a little bit, you're going to hear the cops or the detectives, whatever, laughing with him and stuff. But I want to stress so much, it is a tactic. And they were making him feel comfortable, and comfortable he did feel. We'll get into that. However, he thought he was the smartest one in the room. So don't forget, some of these are tactics, but it is very disturbing and it can be very triggering. So I just want to let y'all know that and remind y'all.
I'm not going to take it out on you guys, but I do have some serious issues right now. There's some sort of obvious communication breakdown over the entirety of
Thank you for 10 months. You are. Thank you so much.
And it's easy to just sit there and say on the recording, we're not here to talk about the Koenig case, but the fact of the matter is that they're the same people that I talked to about that originally. So you understand my position on that. So I understand I'm not allowed to talk to that, and I've respected their wishes about not talking to them about that either without my attorney present, but I have some serious frustrations right now regarding matters related to that. So that's as far as that's concerned, and I don't think it's something that can't be worked out. I've been trying to work it out from my end, but apparently there's only so much I can do. So that's what I wanted to speak to them about, and not in a matter of any specifics regarding any other case, just like general topics. Like I say, it's the topics that were discussed in open court yesterday. So it's that's a frustration to me right now that they won't talk to me about those topics, but it's okay to talk about it in open court. That's I'm not buying that, so that's okay.
Well, there are different rules for what can be done in open court, because your attorneys are present, the judge is present, and when we're having discussions over here, we've got to adhere to a different set of rules.
Right, because you have me
Right.
sequestered away from, right, I understand that. And I've been working on that as much as I can from my end, but, you know, there really is just like a couple very simple questions I have to ask them, and I need to get a straight answer from somebody before I can move forward on it, because I'm not getting a straight answer on my end, so.
Okay. So you think they might be able to provide you with some
Yes, I
general questions about
right. Not even questions related to the case, just, you know.
And are you talking about the hearing yesterday afternoon or the hearing yesterday morning?
Yes, well, let's see.
Because you had two hearings.
Yeah, it
yesterday.
didn't, let's see. First hearing, no, it was pretty much strictly related to the afternoon hearing.
How about if you can give me the general question, we might be able to make a phone call and see if they can.
Well, okay,
Generally.
my position has been, and I made no secret about this, my position has been that I want to talk to them about the Cohen case and find out, you know, where we stand with that.
But you know we can't do that, and they can't do that right now without.
Right. No, I understand that. But
So we don't want to talk about the Cohen
the
case.
impression that I spoke to him before, and he gave me the impression that he was open to that, but only if my attorneys were present. And I said, okay, fine. I'll talk to him. We'll set it up. That was a month ago. So there's communication.
Oh, I see.
That's all I can say about it, because they're not here, you know, to state their case, their side of the story. But I do know what they've been telling me, and so if he and you know, he made it clear that, at least at that time, that he was open to that suggestion that I had, and I'm assured that. See, I guess it just comes down to I don't know who to believe right now. There's something is, there's a hitch in the communication somewhere.
No, that's fair.
And honestly, I wasn't that concerned about it until yesterday, and I heard some of the things that were said in court, and you know.
Some of the things that were said by.
Oh shoot, I'm sitting here talking to myself. Did you actually know him, Joe? I mean, did y'all actually literally train together? Oh, you didn't know him. I should have read the rest of it. You said you didn't know him. You know, yeah, and that's the thing. He was military, and you know, he went in, fought for the country, or, you know, I don't know if he was in an actual war or anything like that, but the thing was, that's what he went there for, and everybody thought he had integrity, and he wore a uniform, and the whole time, he was living this double life. And I think, just in my opinion, from what I have learned, I think he actually used that, the traveling and the different things, to be able to hide and then go back and get, you know. He said sometimes he would, he never deployed. Yeah, see, he said he would go back. Sometimes it could be 2 years. It might be a month. It might be a year. It might be 2 years. You know, and thank you, Joe, for your service. And I'm so glad you're here tonight. I'm so glad to see you. So glad to see you. Thank you for being here. But yeah, it was horrible. He was living a double life. And I hate it, man. I hate it. So he was never deployed. I think a lot of this, just in my opinion, what I'm learning about, probably did come from his childhood. But I do think he had choices, and he had evil in him. Just evil.
By the prosecution.
The prosecution.
I think it was Russo speaking. But yeah, I mean, yeah, he was from what he said. I was not at all happy with the, and actually I had heard, a day or two before that hearing that was what was going on, and I had no idea. And then to hear it confirmed in court like that would kind of just, was frustrating to me. So, and honestly, I'm not gonna get in all the pissy about it until we at least talk about it and find out what is going on. It's not that I'm not willing to accept people's explanations for why things.
Give it to me, Joe.
For what's going on. It's just that no one's giving me an explanation.
Well, I guess my thought on that is we've tried to do that, and we'll continue to try to do that. But just keep in mind that all of us are, we're bound by the rules that are set down for us.
Yes.
And in some cases, the rules will be more restrictive than usual, and that's kind of what's going on here, to be perfectly honest.
Because of its high profile.
Well, yeah, there's that, and then sometimes there's just additional rules that we have to live by, and like this.
Wait, did he just say?
Is kind of unusual. We don't run into that very often.
The people's explanations for why things, for what's going on.
I might have went too far. Did he just say high profile? Honey, he was already looking for high profile.
Well, I guess my thought on that is we've tried to do that, and we'll continue to try to do that, but just keep in mind that all of us are, we're bound by the rules that are set down for us.
Yes.
And in some cases, the rules will be more restrictive than usual, and that's kind of what's going on here, to be perfectly honest.
Because of its high profile.
Well, yeah, there's that, and then sometimes there's just additional rules that we have to live by, and like the standby counsel thing, frankly, is kind of unusual. We don't run into that very often.
Right.
And there are some other things, I'm not going to get into it because it's kind of legal stuff, and it's not really my strong suit, but just keep in mind that the attorneys are juggling more things than they normally would.
Right.
And there are things I think that we would all like to be able to talk with you about, but we just haven't had that opportunity yet.
Right, and that's my concern.
Are these questions that you have for the attorneys, questions under the conditions that we have to speak about? Are these questions that they're going to be able to answer, or are they just going to tell you, we can't talk to you about that because it's not related?
There are questions they're probably not going to want to answer unless I have.
Okay. So it's not something that they can even answer in this environment right now.
Not right here, right now. But I would like reconfirmation on the previous statement that Feldes had told me. I mean, and he gave me that statement in an interview that was, with just me. And I don't know if he was saying it as an official response or if he was just saying it to placate me. But he did say he was willing to do that, to have a meeting with me and whoever, whatever counsel was required so that we could discuss things openly, and it hasn't happened.
Well,
and you think that, and you think we're on this side stalling that?
I don't know who's stalling. Somebody's stalling it.
Okay.
That's all I can say for sure. And it's not me.
One thing we can tell you is neither Kevin nor Frank are the kind of guys that are going to tell you something just to shine you on. So if
I haven't got that impression. No,
they're not. And so if they've told you something, it is something that they believe can be done. And I don't always understand all the reasons why things work exactly the way they do in the legal system, but they're not going to bullshit you. It's just not their style.
Right. I agree with you, and I believe you up to a point. I mean, it's not like I'm here expecting special treatment. I have no.
Oh yes, he is. I bet he is.
I have no doubts about what my part is in all this. I'm just saying that, from what I've seen and from what my dealings are with them so far, I'm more inclined to put my faith in the things I've heard from them than from certain other people. So,
that they have gone through what they're trying to work out, and what I think they have worked out with Vermont is unheard of too. I think they have.
Well, I mean, and
we were prepared to come and talk to you about that today, and I just the lawyers are just, they're just not sure where we stand now because of yesterday.
See how calm he is.
That we're still kind of going.
Well, that is a good point. I hadn't even thought of it in that way. now that it's on the news, the people there are going to read it too. So.
Well, and that's the difficulty that they're having. They've been on conference calls talking to them, saying, "I thought this guy was, I thought he's on board," and so frankly, that's why we went through this trouble today to meet with you today, to just kind of, so we could give them a feel for how things are and where we stand and what we can tell them where we stand. And this was just,
Yeah, well, I mean, I know it's going to be hard for anybody to accept, but especially them, I would imagine that didn't really have anything to do with our arrangement.
And
from my perspective,
yeah.
So
okay, but I mean, I don't think it's something that they can't work past. They've worked through some pretty miracle stuff right now, so I think this is something they can probably. They want some assurance that we're going to be able to go back down that same road that we were on. And we've made a major turn.
I don't imagine this will stay strictly between you and me and people in this room, but I believe the people in this room know me well enough now to know that when I say what happened yesterday has nothing to do with our arrangement, and like I say, it's not some part of some grand scheme. I already know how this all ends for me, so.
Well, I mean, it's good. I think that we can.
He already knows how it all ends.
That was an opportunity that happened there, and
right. That's what.
He already knows how it all ends for him. He already knows that. Now listen, for those that don't know this case or don't know, he took his own life. I say he was a coward, but I say this is just me. I say he's still burning in hell. But he took the coward's way out. He couldn't take accountability here on earth. And he took a lot of answers with him. But I wanted to definitely do this live because I wanted to show this interrogation, and I wanted to show you what a manipulator he was. And, the things that he said, how he moved, and how he acted, and what it took to get out of him what they did get out of him. Some of them, and you'll see later on, they had to be just as jolly as he was, and that was very triggering. Again, this is a 6-hour interview. We'll do half of it, but tonight, and then we'll do the rest tomorrow. But I'm gonna try to go over it to the best of my knowledge. I just think it is creepy how calm he is. How could you do what you did and then go in there and sit down? But you heard him. I know how it's going to end for me. I know how it's going to end. He already knew. I think he already knew what he was going to do to himself. He wasn't going to stay in there. But right now, he's acting like the smartest one in the room. It gets a little bit more creepier, in my opinion.
Some of the things that they're concerned about.
I'll keep it up like this for a minute.
Questioned about by Vermont, for example. Because like Jeff said, we know that they had a long conference call with Vermont today trying to explain what happened and answer questions. And, Vermont, we saw a draft version of the letter, and it was everything you asked for. I mean, it truly was. And I think they're trying to answer some pretty tough questions from Vermont right now about basically what the fuck.
Right, but I mean, even still, from their perspective, come on, let's face it. Yeah, what happened yesterday? Ooh, I'm a bad guy. I tried to escape, but let's be honest. Nobody really thought I was a good guy before that, so it's not like being escaping suddenly makes me untrustworthy. I was kind of untrustworthy before that, so.
At least you have the perspective of, not have an unrealistic perspective of.
Yeah, I'm not, and obviously, I think you probably especially know that I'm not going to get another opportunity like that, at least not within my lifetime. So I mean, I don't know. I don't know.
He's just living it up now because
all
he's
I can
gonna.
say is,
No, he's not gonna get an
that,
opportunity like that in his life.
I mean, nothing's changed as far as my day to day and my reality. You know,
Wow.
it's still the same.
You still envision a way where we can get to meet both of our goals, where we can get what we want out of this.
I think so, but like I say, after yesterday, I had some frustrations of my own. So that was kind of the catalyst that, you know.
So what you're saying is there's a couple things you need cleared up from them.
I do, yeah, and and honestly, like we've talked about before, like all this other stuff, this like little bargaining chips, whatever you want to call it, you know, that is all one thing, but you know, everybody knows what my bottom line concern is in all this, that I wanted this all wrapped up as quickly as possible, and like I say, I was in open court yesterday, and it's obviously not happening that way. So that's, you know, and I'm. It's not that, like I say, it's not that I'm pointing the finger, placing blame on anyone. I haven't even had an explanation of why things are the way they are. So how do I know whose fault it is, or if it's anyone's fault? I don't even know that. So.
What is he even?
But,
Look how his
but
arm.
that doesn't mean it doesn't.
Let me stop it.
You know, kind of.
I know y'all want me to quit stopping it. Look how he's. I wanted to raise it big because see how calm he is. He keeps his hands up there. He's not really fumbling around or anything. Now he is. You can tell he's thinking about his answers. In my opinion, he's trying to be very careful about those. But that's just my observation so far. But yeah, he's just so calm. He's relaxed. Just relax, man. I wouldn't be that relaxed. Nope. Even if I was going to think about offing myself, which I would never do. I'm just saying, he just seems so relaxed. And he said he already knows how it ends and not in this lifetime. I mean, there's your signs. Just saying.
You know, because I remember all the interviews we've had. I remember what was said since day one, and my perspective hasn't changed on any of that. Yeah, granted, we've talked about a lot more things since then, but those are all things that I already had in my head before. Just because they're out on the table now, that doesn't change anything of what I wanted originally, what we talked about originally. So it's all still the same initiative. So. Anyway, that's
Okay.
it's all good.
So all that being said, where can we go from here?
I honestly, I don't know. I don't know that we can go anywhere until I get some straight answers on, you know, what I was just talking about. Because really that has been my bottom line all along, and you know, I won't be a bit surprised. I think I know what's going on, but I need confirmation before I decide to take the next step or steps, whatever it takes to.
And I don't know specifically what you're talking about, but I mean, it's very possible that it's something, whatever your questions are, that they may not be able to answer them because.
Right, for other reasons. Yeah. No, I understand. I mean, I know there's, regardless of how unusual this situation is, that doesn't mean we can make it even more unusual. So,
I mean,
I know they still have guidelines and rules they have to follow. You know, I'm not expecting all the answers.
nobody wants to cross a line that we've been told by a judge can't be crossed. And
right.
They can't do that. Nobody can. And so.
Yeah. No. I know.
I mean, all I can tell you is you're going to have to use your judgment on the information that you're getting and see if you can deal from it.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do, but it's it's not an easy thing when you get everything through a middleman like I say, I don't know who to put the blame on right now. I'm pretty sure I know, but you know, I was trying really hard to work with everybody on this, keep everybody happy, but as we all know, that doesn't always happen. So, and I don't want this to turn into any more. My whole concern with in all of this, and I know it's going to happen. If I have to do it, I will. But you know, if I have to take the next step and just freaking, you know, it's going to turn into even more of a three-ring circus and more
that nobody wants.
Right, and nobody wants that, and I don't think they want that. So that's why I thought it was in everyone's best interest that, you know, that we could all have a meeting, you know, like at all parties involved. But once again, sit down and have a meeting, just like in the beginning. Like when there was no question about the legality or whether this was proper or improper. You know what? There was nothing weird or unusual about that. It was a standard interview, and there was no objections or court orders or paperwork or petitions. You know, all this stuff that's happened since then, it seems like it's done nothing. It hasn't changed anything. I still come over here and talk to you about stuff. It hasn't changed any of that. It hasn't changed my bottom line at all. All it's done is made everything more complicated for everyone else involved. And at the bottom of that, I don't get a straight answer on anything. Well, I mean, maybe I have been. I hope I have been, at least on a few things, but definitely not on everything. Because I'm not there. I don't know. I don't see all the emails. I don't see all the paperwork. I don't hear what's said. You know. And it's not even that I want to hear or know all that stuff, but I'd at least like to hear and know about the stuff that pertains to me and what my interest in it is. So.
I think one of their concerns, and I think we all share it, is that yesterday's actions, regardless of why you took them, are just going to create new hurdles for them. From the standpoint of, I mean, literally they had something, I really think it was just about agreed to. It may have even been agreed to, and I just don't know it. But like I said, we saw a draft version of the letter that had, I think, everything that you discussed or wanted. So they had achieved that. And then yesterday has now endangered that. In addition, you know, I think they're concerned now that maybe you have a different agenda than what you've told us because you were very specific. You know, I don't want any media attention. This has created a bit of a frenzy. I gotta believe that your next court appearance is going to be standing.
There's going to be only.
See, he's a master manipulator. He's given conditional cooperation. There's a lot of things he does and is going to do, but you know, he goes silent some. You know, he thinks about his questions. I mean, his answers. He thinks about all those, but he's a master at this. You know, as it goes on, you're going to see, I'll give you one victim if you give me this. It's all about this, you know, in exchange. This channel came from, this is Dark Crimes. Yeah, yes, Dark Crimes Watch. Yep, Cuff You. It sure did. Somebody dropped the link again to this Dark Crimes Watch. It sure did. Absolutely 100. Full credit right there. And that's who it came from. That's who's speaking now. Yeah. Listen to him blow that we know. Listen to him now that we know. Yeah. And he knows what's going to happen in the end. He said it, right? He said it. He creates this illusion, right? He's playing calm. He's trying to disarm these agents here, if you ask me. But he'll try to make them fill in the blanks. You're fascinated with it is, and I don't know, Cuff You, if you watched the first one I did today. I thought that was pretty good. It gave a lot of information, but yeah, we're just going over the interrogation now. But it is fascinating on this. It's odd how calm he is. Just saying. Yeah. Thank you for being here. I appreciate you being here. Oh, it's okay, honey. It's okay. Thank you for being here. I appreciate you commenting.
There's probably going to be a lot of vigilantes guarding the door on that one.
I'm afraid there's going to be, there was only a couple meet and greet people there yesterday. I'm afraid tomorrow's going to have a fair amount more media people, unfortunately.
And then arguably, one of the probably biggest potential hurdles now is, we know you've indicated that you want to represent yourself on the things for which you're not charged. And this could be a huge hurdle now that didn't previously exist.
Right. No, I get that, yeah.
These are all things that all of us are thinking about, but to be honest...
Well, I certainly appreciate you being here. You're welcome anytime. Thank you.
And you may not have thought about those things, but that's what they're mulling over.
Right. No, I get that. I get what you're saying. And honestly, I really hadn't thought of it at all until you mentioned it. I was concerned about the media coverage, not really thinking about the effect it would have on the things we've discussed, thinking more about, that is my bottom line. I didn't want a bunch of press and didn't want a bunch of drama. And honestly, I could have lived with the drama as long as I had been successful in escaping. But since I didn't, now I'm like, man, I really wish I hadn't created all this drama.
Well, maybe we could we could step out and I can make a phone call over and just express some things. Just let them know some concerns. I don't know what the specific questions are. It sounds like they're probably questions that wouldn't be able to be answered in this setting with the people that are here.
No, probably not. But I mean, you get the gist of what I'm saying, I think. And I'm not.
I appreciate that, your honesty, and then.
I'm not. I have no problem with other people speaking for me. The bottom line is I got to make all the decisions in the end. I'm not going to be coerced or tricked into something that I don't know I'm getting into at this point. So,
Look at him using all that lingo. He's not going to be coerced.
Words, whatever you think is going on, go for it. And the more communication we have on the issue, the quicker it can get resolved, and I can get to the bottom of whatever's going on my end. So
you can use either one, Janice. It's something we're trying now. It's something to put out there. Thank you. You can use either one. I'm commenting either one. It's fine. Now, he's already said this case was going to be high profile, but yet he says he don't want to, he never intended for any drama, and he don't want the drama. What? He knew what he was doing. He said, he didn't like all the drama. He said, but he could deal with it. I think he'll have to deal with a lot before he ends up taking his own life, in my opinion. Now, I don't know if this is the time where the other two detectives come in or not. But the man and the woman that comes in, they make him feel real comfortable. They laugh with him, they joke with him, and some of that can be very triggering and disturbing. But that's their tactic. That's the tactic that they're going with. Yeah, the victims, families, you're right. They don't want all the drama. Stephanie, the one he got caught, the last one, his last victim, her dad did everything possible to make sure she was found, to keep this in the news, to do everything possible. You know, she left behind, she was 18 years old. She left behind siblings, her mom, her dad, you know, grandparents. It was her first job. She did nothing wrong, as I stated earlier today. Yeah, he didn't want his child to know, y'all. He didn't want his child to know. He was so worried about what his child, he had one young child, would think about him. Well, he should have thought about that before, right? Now, when he took his life, none of the they didn't come to the funeral. They did not come to the funeral. The officers, law enforcement, courts, or whoever, killed some of these records to protect the young minor, his daughter, and they should have. I understand that. But those sealed records are not going to stop her from wanting to know about her daddy. They're not going to stop people from terrorizing her and finding out who she is. They're not going to stop the shame and the guilt and the trauma in her head that she's going to carry with her the rest of her life. And she did not even do anything. Nothing. He even carried, it showed in the last video that we did live, that he even carried the 18-year-old back to his home, y'all. Well, one thing anybody knows, you don't shit where you eat, but he did. He had no qualms about nothing. Hey, Mama Bear. Good to see you, honey. Thank you for being here. Hello, hello. Hope you're doing well on that other side of the road over there. Hope you're doing well. Welcome in. But yes, you know, he's going to tell partial lies. He's going to give them, you know, partial things, and all those things. Let me see. We need to get somebody back in here. Hold on a minute.
So
Okay. And we'll talk to them, and they'll shoot that out as soon as they can. And who knows, maybe you guys will get it even this evening.
yeah, and then I don't know. Have you guys heard what time I have court tomorrow?
I think it's at 2:00.
Yeah, I think it is.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. Good.
So there's plenty of time.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah, she was very young.
No, I imagine I'll see tonight. So yeah, some words.
Well, I think unless you have any other questions or anything else you want to.
I don't know.
You want a nap before tonight?
No. I don't think so.
I know he didn't just say he wanted a nap before.
Or is here for this
No.
All right.
Is that him or the clock?
Heading back, all right?
All right.
I bet his victims would have liked to take a nap. You know, not a permanent one. But they would like to be able to go to the bathroom, go see their family, get up and walk around. He's lucky he's living and breathing right now. Again, I think these things are so important to go over and to show. If y'all don't care, please share. please like. Let's get this out. A lot of people don't know about this case. A lot of people do. But her family's really pushed, and I think it's an important topic to make sure that people has videos in their place of employment. And I think it's just as important to stress that if you do even have the video recorders in your employment, please make sure and check on them and make sure they're working at all times. Thank you, honey, for being here. I appreciate you. You have a good night. This, Israel Keys, this was one of the most disturbing cases, but it was one of the most frustrating interrogations ever that they said they recorded. And you can tell it is right now. It isn't your typical serial killer. He was calm. He was strategic. He was obsessed with control. In my opinion, anyway. He was polite. He tried to be polite. He tried to do all those things. His fake appreciation, you know. But he was manipulating them this whole time. He's flat. Honestly, he has a flat. He don't have any emotion, I don't think. He's just chill. Look at him. I mean, like he said, he knows how it ends. He has nowhere else to go, right? He ain't worried about it. Look, he ain't even shaking his leg. His hands are in front. He's just as calm as he can be. Calm, cool, and collected. I'm going to go ahead and forward it a little bit. We see how he is. We see.
Okay.
So I think pretty good letter.
I know you'd have thought he took about 10 Xannies or
I
something.
know that attorney.
Really?
Yeah.
Just wait.
Squared.
Thomas Donovan?
Mhm.
Goes by DJ.
Wait till they get that woman in there, that woman and that man together, and they all start laughing.
That was years and years ago.
Really? So anyway, here's my take on the letter.
Okay.
I think it really accomplishes everything that you want and that we want. But as I told you like last week, this isn't a legal document.
Right.
It's not it's not like it creates rights or you can enforce it or anything. But what this is a showing of good faith, by the Vermont authorities. And
Right.
they're basically saying, hey, we're on board as long as Israel is cooperating with you. We agree to do those things, which
Right.
effectively, prevents them from running to the press and charging you under state law because, after all, they know this letter's out here.
Right.
So, it would be political suicide if they tried to do anything with your case
Mhm.
without at least consulting with us first. So this is, in my mind, a home run. I remember last time, you said something about showing it to your attorneys. I mean, do you want them to look at this, or do you want to?
If you could forward them, email them a copy of
Sure.
that, yeah, that would be good, I guess. It seems that the letter is addressed to Kevin Feldis, so, I mean, that makes me feel better. obviously it's addressed to me. I can't really put any stock in it, but
Sure.
you know, if it's a communication between the two of them, then that's good. And I also noticed that it's written by the state attorney versus the federal attorney. But you said that the state now. So that's the prosecuting attorney for the county or the district.
That's for the state of Vermont.
So she's federal.
No, she's a state prosecutor.
Oh, okay.
So she is under the state's attorney here is T.J. Donovan, and so this is the Chittenden County Prosecutor's Office. They handle all state crimes committed in Chittenden County, which, my understanding, that's where Essex is, right next to
Right.
Providence. So, you know, in terms of the federal prosecutors, you know, they're within Department of Justice anyway. So, you know, we're on the same team, so to speak, as them.
Right.
It was just a matter of the state and locals. And, you know, I've been emailing back and forth with these people. I can share that with you, some of it, but I just want to make clear, I mean, you certainly, I can.
For some of you that don't know, on March 12th, March 13th of 2012, he was pulled over by the Texas Highway Patrol. And up on that, that's where they got him. He was driving an uninsured rental car, okay, and he was having unusual behavior. He had possession of Samantha Koning's stuff, her phone, her credit cards that he had been using, her wallet. He had a disguise. He had a gun. They knew at that time that they were dealing with something much more serious. And that's when they got him. And it seems like it went boom, 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 you know, from getting him to going to the court, you know, and all that stuff. But then he took his life. But Samantha was his last victim. And she was 18 years old. Beautiful girl. She was at work. And that happened in Alaska. Okay? That happened in Alaska. For those that don't know. She was working her first job at a coffee shop, at a kiosk. And she waited on him. They usually come up to the window, and she turned around. And I showed all that in my video today earlier. And she turned around, and you could see the fear in her face and her holding up her hands. And then he jumped across the window and came in. And the things that he did to her, he you know, it was terrible. And he took her out of that store. And like I said, if you're in, and I hope to God, nobody's in ever a position like that anywhere, but if you're ever in a position and somebody wants to take you away from your whereabouts, you do everything you can to fight. Even if you think you're going to die, don't go with them, because more than likely you won't be coming back.
I can email that to your standby counsel, no problem. Are you okay talking about this letter today without them present?
Yeah, I don't mind talking about it. I just wanted to have them review it.
Sure.
To get their take on it. I wasn't even going to ask them for their advice, just see what they had to say about it. So.
It's up to you as to whether or not you
Right.
get advice from it. But, you know, like I said, this isn't like a legally binding contract. I don't think
Right.
anybody's going to contend it is. It's basically, you know, just a document that
It just puts some of the facts on the table.
It puts the facts and their intentions on the table, which is
Right.
really what, it was a huge burden that came off of us last week when we got this. Obviously, you know, because we were telling them you didn't want publicity, you wanted to kind of keep
Right.
a low profile.
The incident last Wednesday kind of complicated things for us because then they were basically wondering, well, does he want no publicity, or it sounds like he does. So that was their perspective on things. So I spent some time chatting with Mary Morrissey, and she's the prosecutor here. And, she copies the Essex Police Chief and the other detective on the case too, on the Courier case. But basically, their request in the email is, they certainly may have other questions about the Courier case.
Okay.
And so they were wondering, hey, would it be okay to conference them in? I said we could talk about that in a conference call tomorrow as to what kind of questions they had for because run those by you. But basically, after the incident last Wednesday, we were able to kind of go talk to them again and explain. I listened to your conversation with Jeff and Steve on Thursday, and it seemed clear that you're still on board with this sort of agreement. And I told that to them and say, look, this was just a sort of crime of opportunity, the escape thing, and he's serious about cooperating. So I confirmed that to them, and they confirmed today that they are they're still on board. And if you want to see that, I'm happy to show it to you if you want.
Sure.
So it leaves out the bottom, which is my sort of long-winded explanation of what happened.
But it starts at the bottom, right?
Yeah, well, that's the bottom question to her, and she basically says in there, do you need me to send another letter, like an updated date on the letter? I said, I think this email is sufficient.
All right. Well, sounds like we're making progress.
I think so. I think this is a great amount of progress where we are, and I think it's going to help us move the ball forward. Just to sort of reiterate, they basically said and agreed that they know it's important to you to sort of avoid media attention, to you don't want law enforcement identifying you in connection with the Courier matter, that they're prepared to do. And they're prepared to continue cooperating. And in exchange, you're agreeing to be truthful about other crimes and other bodies. And in here, they specifically mention the name of the victim in New York.
Right. They want to know.
Yeah. So, as it says, I'm
Kind of close to them.
and I have a conference call tomorrow with them. And I'd like to be able to tell them that you're continuing to cooperate and provide that information.
I do want to continue to cooperate. I'm having some issues as far as this is somewhat of an unrealistic expectation on my part, but I was thinking there might be a way to disclose all this information to you and to the FBI. And to somehow ensure that we could work out some sort of agreement that, I give you all the answers on these cases and families get closure, we find as many of them as possible, and in return for that, I don't plan on being around a whole lot longer, but a really big concern to me is
All right. So many times he said, I don't plan on being around a whole lot longer. I know how this ends, all these things. I mean, all those signs were there. I don't blame them. I don't think anybody gave a shit, but all the signs were there. But the problem is he took most of the answers with him, right? As you see, he's sitting here just master manipulating them. I was thinking if I do this, then the families could get closure. And if you do this, I could tell you who the victims are or where they're at. And look how he tilts his head. He knows exactly what he's doing. He knows what he's doing. I don't know. One of my mods, 1-800 tells me I tilt my head when I get angry. She thinks, oh shit, watch out. Maybe he's trying to keep from not being angry. I don't know. But he's tilting his head right there. That's the first sign of I saw him probably not being as comfortable as he was just a few minutes ago. He's spitting them out all this bullshit. If you do this, I was thinking I could do this for you. Because it don't matter. I'm not going to be here much longer anyway. That's what he's telling them. That's, in my opinion, very strange. See that head tilt?
You know, my kid's gonna be around. I don't want her to like type my name in the computer and have it pop up like, you know, I already know stuff's gonna come up. I know that, but
She's going to. Unfortunately, thanks to you.
I just trying to minimize that at this point, I guess, is what I was hoping to do, and apparently it's going to be really difficult to get that assurance. So I'm trying to, you know, figure out a way we can still do that.
Yeah, and Cecilia, he's the one. It seems like he's trying to make the deals. He's the one trying to do
There
it.
is, you know, I have a few ideas on how to work it out, but
What are your ideas?
well, I'm not sure if they're feasible yet. I've been, you know, talking to different people about it.
He don't know if they're feasible yet. What?
From what can happen from a, I guess, a legal perspective. You know, it's one thing to make assurances. You know, that's great. I mean, if we get some of the stuff on the table for now, it helps us deal with the problems for right now. But you know, down the road, that's what I'm concerned about. I'm not going to be around, you know, which is fine. But that doesn't.
There it is again. I'm not going to be around, which
Doesn't
is
change
fine.
the fact that, you know, like just because I'm not connected with it right away, you know, could happen later. And so I'm trying to, I guess, maybe cover myself that way as much as possible and still get you what you need.
Yeah. I mean, I think, you know, sort of the plan I've drafted up, I mean, this is sort of a good starting point. You're right. I mean, no one can guarantee you that you're never going to be connected to some of these things. What we can do to respond to some of this is create this sort of snowball effect of the jurisdictions.
Right.
And we started with Vermont. I mean, we know, even though we gave Vermont the information up front, we know it's possible.
Right.
Because we just did it. And it will be even, we're in a better position in other jurisdictions when we go to them and say, all right, look, we've got Vermont down, we've got a body in New York. You either get on board or we're not going to play with you.
Right.
It creates this snowball effect with momentum. No one's going to try to get in the way of that. So, I mean, you know, sort of the plan we sort of lined out for you. You know, it's my hope that that's something we can use as a model.
So, for those that don't know, the states that the FBI connected him with was Alaska, Vermont, New York, Texas, Washington, Oregon, California, Utah, Wyoming, Colorado, Arizona, Nevada, Florida, Illinois, Indiana, Kentucky, Tennessee, Alabama, Georgia, Louisiana, New Mexico, North Dakota, South Dakota, Maine, and New Hampshire. And they know FBI was looking, and they know that those were places that he was, and that he could have very well done these things to people there. But he is suspected. Well, we know Samantha was in Alaska, but he is now, and what they're talking about, he is now suspected in Montana, Idaho, Kansas, Nebraska, Missouri, South Carolina, Mississippi, at least 7 other states, right? And all of those fit his little cross-country travel and everything that he did and everywhere he was. Now, let me tell y'all, he had these little kill kits for, I don't know who was in here before, who was in my live earlier, I don't know. But he made these kill kits and he would go bury them all over the United States. And then he says himself, he may go back in a month, he may go back in 2 years. And they say some of them to this day is still buried out there. Some people claim they have found 1 or 2. Whether they're his or not, I don't know. I'm not going to go as far as to say yes or no because I don't know the facts on that. But the point of the matter is, the states that they did find these kill kits that they call the kill kits, that they had the tape, the mask, the whatever, the money, whatever. He had all this stashed. That was Vermont, and you're hearing them talk a lot right now about Vermont. You're hearing them talk right now about New York, Texas, Wyoming, Arizona, and Washington. All of those he was definitely suspected in. And he told the FBI he buried multiple kill kits around the country. And that's why it also took so long. Israel Keys, he traveled over 25 states for more than almost any known serial killer has ever traveled before. And that's a fact. Again, for those that don't know, he had no MO. That's why it was so hard to track him down. He didn't have an MO. He didn't have, and you're going to hear him later on in this interview. We played that clip today, so I don't know exactly where it's at in here, but it was a little piece today. I didn't play it out of this one, and that's how it come up. But this is the entire interview right here. So it's somewhere in here. And he said sometimes he just got tired of, he liked what he liked. Sometimes he'd get prostitutes. Sometimes he just changed his mind maybe in a year. He liked what he liked. He didn't plan. And they know that he went for men, women, elder, younger. It didn't matter to him. Sometimes he even went for couples. But he had no MO. He even used different weapons at different times. It was just like, oh, well, whatever tickles my fancy at this moment, whatever I want to try at this moment. Absolutely, Kim. It's scary. It's scary to think what goes through these people's minds. It's very scary. And he's sitting there trying to manipulate them and get the upper hand. But at the same time, in my opinion, he's telling them, oh, well, he ain't going to be here. It don't matter. Make the F with him. He ain't going to be here. He already knows he's going to take the coward's way out. He's just sitting there lollygagging around with them right now. He could care less, in my opinion.
We use Vermont as a model, and now it's certainly working. We're taking a big step in Vermont to saying, all right, you know what, you guys, obviously it's keys to solving at least the courier's crime, and we're going to defer to Alaska, and we're going to give you what you need, but in return, we're not going to say anything. We're going to keep things under the radar. We're not going to make it publicly. We're not going to make a splash in the media, which I think is, as far as law enforcement guarantees or assurances, it's as good as it gets.
Right.
And I think we can do this. We can continue on doing this because I mean, we've been doing a good job in Vermont. Vermont's been doing a great job. And I think, they're aware of New York now too, and that's, quite frankly, what got them over the line.
Right.
Remember we were talking, like, well, give us something to take to Vermont.
Right.
And when we got New York, we went to Vermont and said, because of your cooperation, we got New York. And then that immediately generated this letter of intent. So, but in order to kind of keep, I think, Vermont on board, it certainly would be nice to kind of say, all right, based upon your letter, we also got X, the name of a victim, the
Right.
location of the body. And, we already have their assurance about the Courier matter. You don't have to worry about what's happening with that, because that's all tied up in this, and we could do the same thing with the New York paper.
Right. Where are they at with did they find the bodies yet? Or?
I think it's like a football field with the stuff they're going through.
They're making progress, but it's just,
It could still be like a couple weeks or something.
yeah, it definitely.
They're not going to stop.
This is,
Tenacious.
one of the best analogies I've heard for it is it's more like an archaeological dig. It was just going through and kind of tossing things
Right.
until you find what you think you're looking for.
Yeah, that's a lot of trouble to do. I almost feel guilty.
Did he just say I almost feel guilty? What?
I just kept my mouth shut.
But that's how committed the FBI
No, I
is. They're just trying
understand.
to-
They,
they just
well,
want
it
to get-
sounds like they've got it.
And then he
They've got it. They
laughs.
just gotta find it now.
They're very confident of that. They've been finding things that are in the right time frame and
Right.
that are, from residences and businesses in that immediate area. So they're confident they're in the right area, but as you can imagine, it's something that they're trying to do precisely and
Right.
accurately.
And there hasn't been, I haven't had access to any news stories related to that. I saw the one you showed me.
That's the
They
last
started
one.
the dig.
I Google it almost every day. There's nothing.
They haven't,
No-
it's kind
no
of
more
a dead
releases.
story at this.
So I mean, I think what I've heard too is you're wanting to take responsibility. Your plan is to take responsibility if you can figure out how to do this without getting the recognition, which is kind of
Yeah,
what's going on in Vermont.
Right. My concern, the problem is nowadays, the more stuff my name is attached to, the more likely it is that
I agree
somebody's
with
gonna
you, Kim.
try to do some kind of stupid freaking TV special, or you know how it is nowadays, like with all this true crime bullshit that people are obsessed with, and that's I'm not even so concerned at this point about. Because so far I feel like we have been able to work within the guidelines of what we both said we would. But I am concerned about that, about someone connecting the dots on this, and I don't know how, like, I know there's certain privacy laws, but I know that, for the most case, they're not going to apply to me. And so I know that at some point, it's pretty likely that if someone tried hard enough, they could,
Not so much, because we got a couple of things sort of working in our favor on this. One, it's an ongoing investigation.
Right.
And so that right there is going to limit the amount of information that's going to be released. And two, it's an ongoing federal investigation. And we play by a whole different set of rules than most of the states out there. And so media outlets don't have the same ability to come in and sort of force us, if you will, to disclose information that they might be able to get away with state and local agencies.
Right. Yeah, I can see that they would have more to go up against. But there's also, if I'm dead, then the investigation from the federal government's point of view is pretty much closed.
Not necessarily.
There he goes
We're gonna
again
do
about
what we
that
need to
dead
do to
part.
tie up the loose ends. And to the extent that we can do that with your assistance, like we've talked.
Celia,
in the
I ought to
past,
make you
if
go
we
back
go
and count
after
how many
this, we have
times
the benefit of your
he gives the
information.
red flag about
It allows
that.
us to go hunting with a rifle instead
Right.
of a shotgun. And there may be things that we wind up having to follow up on down the road when you're no longer in a position to assist us. But
Our idea is to do this
My
with
opinion,
you so that
I
it's
believe
focused,
he is.
and we won't. And it's not going to get anywhere near like it is in Vermont because we've all learned from
Right.
that stuff. But the way to get it like that is for us to have to try and figure it out ourselves, and that's what we would, I mean, and you know that. You know exactly what
Right.
we're faced with and what kind of publicity we're all going to be faced with, and questions that we're going to have to answer, and that these other agencies are going to be asking us, and those are the things that we're trying to avoid, knowing that you're the only one that can help us keep this to as little publicity as possible. It's up to you.
All right. Well,
And so that's where we're at with.
And the reality is, if we're not able to do this with your assistance, I can't imagine being able to do this without generating a fair amount of publicity. I just don't think it's possible, because it's going to be too large in scope. It's going to involve too many jurisdictions and too many agencies.
right.
And I'm just being honest.
Yeah, I mean, I know you've got to move along with your investigation. Unfortunately, due to my own actions recently, somewhat complicated matters for me, so not surprisingly now there's something else I want out of this. But I don't know if I'm even supposed to talk to that about that yet, because I haven't even found out like what the options are.
Something that you can talk about that's not related to.
No, it's just like the level of restriction they have me on at the jail makes. I mean, namely, like my so-called rec time is now fresh air time because I go out like this, so, like irons and stuff. No more running in circles. I guess they figure they make me
Shuffle
fat.
out.
Yeah, they keep me my cell enough. I get fat and I won't want to run anymore. But yeah, I know all this. I know that's unrelated to anything we've talked about so far. Obviously, it's a new situation, but it doesn't really change the fact it's an everyday reality to me. So I'm trying to figure out what if any options there are regarding
within the system.
Yeah. Anyway, that, and like I say, I think so far, yeah, things have worked fine. But yeah, I am concerned about not so much the right here
He
now.
is
publicity.
amusing
I think
himself.
we can keep that under wraps to a large extent.
He's just
worried.
drip feeding them information.
If it's possible, I intend
Not
to
really
do
information,
something,
but
take
he's just
steps
drip
to
feeding.
minimize the down the road
A
publicity.
city detail here and there,
Right.
and then he does his bullshit talking.
Yeah, and
Because honestly, you guys, I mean, there's nothing. I'm not trying to get anything else out of this at this point.
He acts like he's doing them a favor, okay? That's what he acts like. He acts like he's doing them a favor during this investigation, and that they need him, and they do. If you look at it, they really do need him, because they need him to give answers, which they're not going to get all the answers they want. He's sitting there steadily giving red flags that he's going to off himself, in my opinion. Well, it's not my opinion. That is facts. If you go back, I'm sure they got that wrote down in FBI files somewhere. I'm sure they do. I'm sure they have it in the police records. And it's very obvious. He intended to take his life, and on in this interview, I think he did. I think he's one of the ones. I think he did ask for the death sentence. He didn't intend on living though, but he acts like, they need him, and they do need him. They really do. They did, if you think about it. But he's negotiating. He's manipulating. He's all of those things. He's trying to stay one step ahead of everything. He's so full of BS. It's obvious. And they're not biting into any of it. I can't wait until that one lady comes in there. Hold on. Can you see my little arrow there? Hold on.
And as my, I did say, I wanted to just get this all cleared up, and that way you're not digging for who knows how many years down the road, trying.
I could not
dots and
imagine
just make it
him.
all go
I would
away.
be devastated
But,
for the rest of my life.
But I don't know. I just have to figure out the best way to do that to make it all go away.
Well,
just make it all
I
over.
understand. I understand that too, and you've heard me say this many, many times. But at some point in time, your choice may be the reality. Could be that Laney and everybody else knows what you did based on what you said you did, or everybody else, including Laney, gets to see the fiasco and the media frenzy that is created by law enforcement trying to figure out
Right,
what
speculation.
you did, speculating what you did. Because I told you, on the one trip that we looked at, surrounded New York, we have 10 viable, people that are missing that we know of. Those are just the ones that are still reported that way. And so if we have to, and we know you didn't do that, but that's what we're looking at in each one of these
Right.
trips, is we're faced with, if you don't tell us, our options are to be public with that agency because we can't ask questions
Right.
and not expect questions in return. And so we're really living up to our end of the bargain. Because at this point in the investigation, if you weren't cooperating with us, this would already have been happening, and the media frenzy would be crazy with us trying to figure it out. Because we do have enough information on your trips, at least, to do police work.
Right.
Not that we're going to come, like you don't think we're
No,
going to
I-
find anything out, but
yeah.
we have to try. And so, I know that's tough for you to think about in the future, is that the reality may be that one's worse than the other, obviously.
Right.
So,
Especially the one in New York. I mean, the only reason we're not just showing you a picture here is these guys in the FBI have been incredibly restrained about asking that part of the country for assistance. Because if they ask that part of the country for assistance, the immediate response is going to be, well, what do you have? What do you have? And so that's the reason we're not sitting here throwing, pictures in front of you and going to you first, because, we understand you're cooperating with us. Vermont understands it, and that's why they're on board. And we just like to continue that effort instead of, having this whole media frenzy too.
Right.
Frankly. And, with respect to Laney, I mean, there is that whole frenzy that's going to be created, if things slow down, I think. We touched on this last time, is that there may be some benefit at the end of this to, the media says that Israel Keys killed 40 people, which, based upon some wild speculation, as opposed to he killed 10 and then also gave closure to those families as his sort of last effort. And I know that doesn't matter to you. It may matter to her.
and we're always going to be bound to not talk about this, just like we are now. And I assume you're not going to be telling people details, other people that could, you know what I mean?
What do you mean? Well, I mean, you do press releases all the time.
Yeah, but you know that the details of this, these investigations are right here, right now, and that a lot of these details aren't going to be released.
Well, that is my concern. That how much? I mean, I don't know. I don't know that because I mean, I see, I watch the news that there are press releases that are done on other times. So.
Press releases, though, are different than what I think you're worried about, and rightly so. Press releases are designed to help us gather additional information. So our release of information, while our investigation is ongoing, is limited to the absolute minimum necessary to try and obtain the additional information that we're seeking.
Okay.
Look,
Yeah.
just look how relaxed he is. I just can't
And
get
as long
over
as the
it.
investigation is ongoing, we're not going to be throwing out information just for the sake of throwing it out. That's not the way we operate.
Right.
I mean, you've seen specials on the FBI. I mean, come on, everybody talks about our secret files and how we never give up anything, right?
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, he had a little young daughter.
Well,
And to think
yeah,
about
I
it, his
mean,
last
that's-
victim was
I-
18
like I
years
say, I
old,
wanna
a
have
beautiful little young
chance
girl.
to talk about the letter with some people, and I want to have a chance to hear back on the other thing. I'm not going to hold my breath on that, but I want to at least see what the options are. Like I say, I would have preferred to wait until they find the bodies in Vermont, but what sounds like that could be a while. So I guess as long as we have that letter from them, then as soon as I have a chance to look it over, or have other people look it over, then we can
Sure.
move on to the New York trip. That I mean, you guys already have, I'm sure, quite a bit of information on it. So probably have more than I remember at this point. So, except for certain
Yeah,
details. So.
and we could have those too, and so we're just sort of holding that in abeyance while.
Yeah, I
we
know. I
continue.
understand.
So that's the only reason. So, just so I'm clear, I can tell Vermont tomorrow on this conference call that you appreciate their letter and you intend to go forward with
Yeah, we-
this.
Yeah. Yeah.
So it's reasonable you
I,
might talk to
I,
some people about it.
yeah, especially on the New York case, because I've already given you so much information on it. We gotta can't really stop on that one now. So
One thing that might be helpful, and I don't think this is sort of giving away anything, so we just start thinking along those terms. Kevin is back east at sort of a meeting of criminal chiefs, and it certainly would be nice for him to start networking with whatever criminal chief he needs to in terms of the New York thing. Now, again, I don't think that gives away anything. You just told us the body is in New York. We want to start striking up relationships with whatever criminal chief he needs to talk to or will need to talk to about the New York thing, because you've already said you've committed.
yeah, but I mean, I don't want to give out any more information on it. I mean, I understand his point of view, but it's like I say, it's still frankly that's going to be too much if at this point I don't want to go there yet until I find out where I'm at with what we with the new developments. So.
Okay, what about?
See, also for those that don't know, y'all, he is giving them the runaround and he's being very careful with his answers. But remember, I told y'all today, he studied law enforcement and he studied the cops. He told them he studied them for all these years because he wanted to be the perfect predator, right? He was not intending on getting caught. He studied, and that's what these people are forgetting about. He wanted to beat the entire system. He had a fascination with law enforcement. He did not just admire them. he had a fascination with them too. He tried to avoid capture at all cost, and Kim was right. He got caught by using Samantha's credit cards. I'm not even so sure with that video leaving the coffee shop, they would have figured out it was him. I'm not sure about that. They may have years on down the road. I don't know. But he got greedy, as I said earlier, and he tried a different thing because he gets tired, remember? He gets tired of things. He likes to swap up. He likes to do different things. So he started, remember, he used her phone. He sent her boyfriend a picture of her. She was actually deceased, tried to act like she was alive, holding a newspaper. It was a prop. That was a lie. And then, yeah, you'll have to go back and watch today's live, Cecilia. I never ask y'all to really go back and watch my lives. Today's live, y'all really should go back and watch. It was really a good live, if I had to say so myself. But you'll get a lot of information. But yeah, he actually got greedy, and then he used her phone. He texted her boyfriend and tried to act like she was alive. He demanded ransom from her family. The whole time she wasn't even alive. See, he wanted her to hold the newspaper or her body, or he wanted to make a prop out of her to hold the newspaper, because even back then, if people did do these things, kidnappings and ransoms, they needed to hold something up. And they learned that in the military too. They wanted to hold the newspaper up to prove that the person was alive on the newspaper date, right? So he did that. The police, the FBI, they knew she wasn't alive. Okay. But then he started going across country and using her bank accounts, her credit cards, all of her things. And that was another reason he got caught. But his entire criminal life, it was hidden from everybody around him. Everybody, including his wife, his partner, his girlfriend, whatever she was. They had a small child together, and that was hidden from her. Of course, she didn't know anything. I can't imagine, y'all. I would be devastated. They would have to put me in a nut house. I don't think I would have any walking around sense if I knew I was living with somebody like that. They say she was completely shocked, and we know she didn't have any idea of any of this. Remember, he took Samantha to his house in the garage. And then he went on a cruise, y'all. Then he went on a cruise. Investigators said that Israel's his wife or girlfriend or whatever, that when they told her, she said she never seen any violence, and she never seen any controlling behavior, and she never got any threats from him. She said she was surprised he had this double life, because that's what he was living, a double life. In all accounts, everybody thought he was a good man. Honorable discharge from the military. The wife, child, the house. Then he had his own construction business. All of those things. Again, none of this is her fault. None of it's anybody's fault but his. His and his alone. And I don't care who the victims were. And I don't care what kind of work they did. And I'm speaking even on the prostitutes. This is his doing. his. And yes, I feel like he's burning in hell for it. But that's my opinion. That's me and my opinion. It is. It is very sick. Yeah, he sewed. Yeah, he sewed her eyelids. Yes, he sewed them open when he took the picture to make her look alive, and then they had to, and he staged her holding the newspaper with that date on it, so they thought she was alive, and FBI knew, right, they knew she was not alive. And that's what I say. Anybody can put you anywhere and manipulate anything to make you look like you're anywhere on these internets. It's dangerous. Just saying.
And I'm just thinking about his trip because he had asked me to ask you these things. Since he's going to be there, he's also with the people in Washington. I mean, you've already talked to us about Washington, and I think these guys have some pictures.
Washington State?
State, yeah. They have some pictures they want to show you about that.
Well, just to let you know that we did that.
Oh, you found the boat.
So
It had better days.
that cover, it was a good investment though.
Really?
Well, it's still
in
on.
good shape. Looks like it's a little leaky at this point.
It was still in his driveway, just it was just sitting there. He hadn't touched it. So,
Yeah, I had big plans for that boat.
What plans did you have for the boat?
Oh, I was gonna bring it up here, but bring it up here and put a new motor in it. But I decided it was time to leave Alaska. I probably would have picked it up eventually. It's been there for a long time. 6 or 7 years. Anyway.
So the thing about Washington is a little simpler from his perspective. There's only 2 federal districts there, Eastern and Western. Eastern is more like Tacoma and Yakima. Western is Seattle.
Right.
Spokane.
Where is
sorry,
the
Spokane.
dividing line? Like,
It's Spokane, Yakima, and then there's Seattle, Tacoma, that's in the western.
right.
And I think he'd like to be in a position to sort of just chat very briefly with one of those criminal chiefs, if not both, if he needs to sort of lay the foundation.
Well, the problem I have with talking about anything related to Washington is not playing ball with the right people, because those I'm almost positive are not going to be federal. In case they're not federal cases.
Well, I think Kevin explained to you that.
Like different stuff there.
Okay. Well, I mean, I think Kevin explained to you that the jurisdiction that we can exercise is pretty expansive, especially if it's part of the
Right.
scheme.
No, I understand that, but again, this is going to be hard to talk about without getting into stuff we're not supposed to talk about. But depending on things, the way things pan out, things we've already talked about, then I may need those details of the Washington case that I would be better served to wait, that's where the route I have to go. I mean, you know what I mean?
I think I do. I'm not sure. I know we talked a little bit about.
Because there's a big difference between state and federal, it seems, and it seems like Washington might be a state,
But that's something that we can sort of start working on in the background, just so you know. I'm not asking that here now today, but that's something that usually does require cooperation between even the federal districts, even if they're state things.
So you're saying there's two
There's
districts?
two districts in Washington.
Federal districts?
Yeah. So there's 2 federal districts that would probably just sort of broach with it. One in
Whoops, he didn't study the law as much as he thought he did.
Offices in one, and then Seattle and Tacoma are the western district. So that's just dividing line. I don't know exactly where it is, but pretty much Seattle and Tacoma is where most of the crimes are. Everything.
Like Ellensburg, or
Yeah, I think that's Ellensburg is
Ellensburg is west or
no
east?
east. Ellensburg is sort of outside of Yakima.
You're gonna need both districts.
Yeah.
Because I don't, yeah.
Well, it's something. I mean, the good thing about Washington is we have some pretty good relationships with both U.S. attorneys.
Yeah, and they gave him the opportunity. He's like, I just emailed the letter to him.
Yeah,
I'll
no, I
read it.
understand what you're saying, but, I'm like, that was a few years ago, so. But no, it just seems like I might end up having to talk to like state people there. I don't know.
I don't know either, but I mean, the good thing is that the federal people have their counterparts. Like Vermont was pretty connected with the chicken.
Oh, but y'all forget something else. He is talk, and he loves the attention, and he's a manipulator. But he's figured out how to turn this into a 6-hour interrogation. You know why? Because that's 6 hours. He don't have to be in his cell. So that's a manipulation right there. I just go sit in there and talk to him and chit chat and drink my coffee and kick it up and kiki with them and ha ha. I know they're going to try to make me feel comfortable. I know what they're doing. We'll just all chat it up, and I don't have to be in this stinky cell, right? He knows exactly what he's doing. I think him, I don't know, he might be mental, but I think he is freaking evil as they come. That's just my opinion. And everybody's entitled to theirs. He could be. I don't know. It might be a little bit of both. But he is a master manipulator. I have never seen a master manipulator like this. He's milking it for everything it's worth. And he seems to think everything is funny.
County folks,
Right.
We can sort of get them on board, and it makes the transition easier to sort of move forward in their jurisdiction if that's the way you choose to go. Obviously, we would have to be on board anyway.
Right.
So it's useful for him to sort of give him a heads up.
And I think, Frank can correct me if I'm wrong, obviously, but I think the sooner that they have that opportunity, the less likely you are to kind of get drugged from one jurisdiction to another, because there'll already be things in place.
Yeah. No, my concern at this point is not knowing, like I say, how current things are going to pan out. The information that I still have could come in handy if I need it. And if I give it out now, I don't think I'll need it in that respect, but you never know. I don't know what's going to happen. And if I give it all out now, particularly, anything about Washington, that could seriously compromise my options, future options.
His options. Listen to him trying to make deals.
So, and I can sort of bring that back to you at some point. Obviously, we can take this staggered approach, which I think is probably a good one, to go to different places and do them one at a time.
Compromising, trying to get out of that cell a little
The
bit.
plan that we propose to you is to do exactly that. So, like you sort of do the New York one, you make sure we have everybody on board in the New York one, whatever jurisdictions we need to. get that information, agreement in place, and then we can move on to Washington.
Right.
Washington, basically would have the same agreement, and then, it could be an option that you could always use later down the road if you don't like the way things are going. You can ask us to simply say, hey, there's that thing in Washington that I helped you on. Can you, reach out to those people again and see what they're willing to do? So there is that. I mean, I get you with you don't want to kind of, sort of give away cards. But I think the plan that we proposed to you is sort of like a one at a time staggered approach where we eventually get
Right.
to where we need to be going. And it doesn't result in this land just massive.
Yeah, but it is going to have to be spread out over the next who knows how long, because I don't plan on, like I say, until certain ongoing issues right now are resolved, I don't plan on getting out all the, but that's just, well, that's not true. I mean, if I get, who knows I don't know how long this is going to take. I don't know. My impression is that there could be a pretty wide range of time frames that could happen, and but yeah, first and foremost, one step at a time. I've got to have a chance to tackle whatever new issue.
Let me tell y'all something. He is absolutely playing games with these investigators. And he's doing it on purpose, y'all. Don't think for 1 minute that this guy is not playing games with these investigators on purpose, because he certainly is. He thinks he's one of the most important people in the room. He thinks he's the smartest one in the room. But he is using whatever he's saying or doing is his own little tactic right there, in my opinion. He needs to feel in control. See, he's always in control, and so he wants to feel in control here too. Just by everything he's saying, everything he's doing. He wants to be the one in control. He knows he's going to off himself. Look, I don't care to say it. He knows it. He's done said it a million trillion times. If anybody said those red flags to me, and those investigators, they know time and time again, whether they'll ever admit it or not, that's red flags. He should have been on a watch, but I don't know. But then again, nobody gave a damn about him, and I don't blame them. All they want out of him is where's all these other people at? Where are these victims at that you harmed? But he's sitting there master manipulating them while they're investigating him. Like he's the one in control investigating them. It's the weirdest thing. He's answering slowly. He's going silent sometimes. He's giving half-ass answers. I mean, he's doing that on purpose, y'all. He's making the agent wait. He's making that cop right there wait for his answers. He's hum-hauling around them. He's going in circles like a merry-go-round. And he's trying to negotiate with them, in my opinion, when he knows he's not even going to be here. He's pretending to think. He ain't thinking. What is he thinking about? How he's going to get out of trouble? He knows he's done. He knows he's done. But he's setting conditions for them. He saw this as his game and his strategy. He didn't view it as a conversation. He didn't view it as helping or having any remorse. He did not. He knew that them agents was trying to break him. He knew that they're using tactics. But he thought he's going to beat them. He thought he could outsmart them. But he's not smarter than them. He was never smarter than them. Yeah, he's playing games, just prolonging it, Annabella. And like I said, was it just to get, what did he have to gain to get out of the cell? What? He's just in there drinking his coffee. Maybe he got cream in his coffee that day. I don't know. Maybe they gave him a little hazelnut or vanilla flavor, and I don't know. But he was trying to use bargaining, as some type of control over them. They had his number. They had it.
Yeah, we can sort of review that. Obviously, we need to think about this. There's one suggestion in the email about other details in the Courier case that they may want to know about, and they want a conference call in. Now that you have this letter, and how do you feel about that?
That's, I mean, with who? Is it with the
The
state
local
or-
investigators.
So like the detectives
Yeah.
that were on the case?
Now, we can do it two ways. I don't know if they're going to have a lot of questions. If they have a few, we can simply ask those and sort of get them the information they need. But
Is it going to be just like a few people? I mean, you say conference call, is it?
just whoever's on the other line. I don't know who would be on the line. Probably just the detective and the prosecutor.
Okay.
That's it's
Yeah,
up
I
to
don't.
Cecilia, did you mean, or what was the cop's strategy? I don't know if that's what you meant or not. What I think that the cops were trying to build a rapport with him and not pressure him. That's what I think. And sometimes that strategy works good. They were just trying to let him talk and do what he does. Sometimes I guess it depends on who it is, can be good or bad. But they knew what he was doing. They knew he would not, the type of person that he was and who he was and what he had done and all the things, they knew that they could not get to him by intimidation. They knew they couldn't get to him by yelling and screaming and demanding. They knew that. So they decided that all that was pointless, and what they were going to do was just build a rapport with him, use a soft tone, even though it was sickening to them and they probably wanted to come over the table. They just wanted a casual conversation with him, offer him food, coffee, They let him set the tone of the room. Now, is that a good idea? I don't know in person if that's a good idea or not. But they believed it was a good idea. And it happens all the time, not in just these cases. It happens all the time around the world. They, let them believe they have control. That's what they did here, in my opinion. They let him believe he was in control, and he thought he was in control. He needed to feel like he was smarter than everybody in the room. He thought he was smarter than everybody in the room. He was leading every conversation. He was distracting. He's making the decisions. In my opinion, he's doing all that on purpose. So what they're doing is they're using this squeeze technique on him, and they do it all the time. They do it all the time. Let's see where it gets. Oh, that lady ain't come in yet. So let's see.
I don't know. It seems like it'd be better. I don't have a problem with that. It's just it seems like it'd be better if there's not a ton of people on the, since we're still trying to keep it on the down
Yeah.
low.
I mean, it would only be people who were bound by this letter, if it is.
No, it's good, honey.
Just
No,
be-
like I say, I feel like I've already given all the information they need, but if they want more, that's fine.
I think they had some follow-up about what the house looked like and things like that, they're just dealing with some administrative issues on their end, and they're trying to release the house to the family, and trying to get rid of the house, and they're not gonna keep it the way it was, so they just want to make sure they document everything that they need to, just
Right. Okay.
given that they have this assurance, that I don't know if it's a problem, but it's up to you. Maybe they don't have much, but I'm gonna talk to you about that tomorrow.
Yeah, that's fine. And like I say, if you can forward that, I imagine very shortly I'll have a chance to talk to them about it.
Yeah, yeah. That's fine.
And there's an issue with the U.S. Marshals, but like you said, I don't know.
Security is a difficult thing. It kind of basically tells them mind their own business when it comes to security.
Right.
So it's usually that kind of thing. I mean, I don't know. It's a difficult situation given what happened.
They're responsible for you in your custody, so that would have been pretty foolish if you gotten too much farther. So they're probably not going to, who knows, I doubt they're going to be open to much of your suggestions, but I don't know.
You're not going to take any of my suggestions?
Yeah.
My suggestions seem to hold less and less water lately. So.
I'm sure they're very polite about it, though.
Yeah. They all seemed quite highly amused last time I was at the courthouse. Yeah, it definitely seemed to have changed their protocol for the way they do things. So,
We livened things up a little bit, and we weren't sure exactly how to deal with this situation in Vermont, given that.
yeah.
Sorry, I'm sitting here talking to myself again. I hate to keep stopping this, but I just got thinking about something. They were mentioning the U.S. Marshals. Okay, so the reasons in this case that the U.S. Marshals got involved with Israel Key's case, and all things in all cases are different, is because he committed these crimes in different states, right? And he used rental cars, and he traveled by plane and all of those things. And he moved money. He did all of those things. He did kidnapping. He did bank fraud. He did all the things that, of course, you're going to expect the U.S. Marshals to get in. He was a high escape risk. He knew how to get gone. Obviously, he knew how to, over a decade, do this under their noses. I'm just saying. And he was in the military. He had skills. But the case involved federal crimes. Yes, they involve federal crimes. But marshals are often involved in serial or suspected serial offender cases. And of course, Keyes, again, he was a suspect in Vermont, Washington, Texas, New York, Wyoming, Arizona, Oregon, Florida, all those places. But I stopped it again because I got thinking. I ain't accusing nobody of nothing, but I got thinking. And it's just a quick question. I'm going to go on back to playing this, honey. But why was the marshals involved? Didn't the marshals, I could be wrong, somebody correct me. At first, did they not come, or did they come in Sebastian's case? Did they or no? Yay, nay. Because I thought in the very beginning, very beginning, that they did. And I don't want to put out any false information on that case. But if they did, I'm just saying, I wonder why. So I could be wrong on that, but I know it was odd in Sebastian's case that they had. Okay, I was asking Annabella in Sebastian's case. I can't remember if the U.S. Marshals came in the very beginning. Remember when they were doing the search and everything? I can't remember. I don't want to say that if it's not true, but I can't remember. It seems like they might have. And if they did, I'm just asking why. Why were they involved? And also, we already know that, they had military involvement and stuff, because I thought that was very odd at the very beginning. Then I thought, oh, well, both the stepdad and the mom is in the military. Maybe they just did that as a help or courtesy, but that's not the case. So I was just wondering if this guy right here, he had all the proper reasons why the U.S. Marshals was involved. Does anybody remember if the U.S. Marshals was involved in the very beginning? That's just something I'd like to know and keep in the back of my mind. I mean, I can find out, but I was curious because it just now hit me. Sometimes things just hit me, and I thought, if so, why? Why? I want to say after local LE and other agencies were involved, they needed better resources. Yeah, I agree. The case changed pretty quick, in my opinion, and they came into help. I want to say they did at the very beginning, although all the help left. I know that the military did and all that, but I can't remember for some reason if they did or not. So I was just curious. I didn't mean to get y'all distracted. It just hit me. It just hit me. All right, here we go.
That was not well thought out on my part. As soon as these guys mentioned that, I was like, oh shit, one more thing I didn't think of before I did that.
You seem to have a basic plan, but just sort of A to B, and then
Carol,
C is sort of left out there.
Maybe.
Yeah,
Thank you,
well, it
Carol.
wasn't really like a high probability.
But you think you remember it too? I do too. I think I do too. I'll have to go back and look. I got it in my videos earlier.
Like half the football team of U.S. Marshals putting me in the door, so.
And Officer Bell.
Yes. Pretty sure I saw him come in at some point. He's claiming he didn't, but.
Do you have anything else you want to talk about, or questions you have on these other matters?
No, I think from my perspective, I think the letter is good. But yeah, it's.
From my perspective,
I'm glad they're still willing to work with me on it.
Yeah, and this is
Hey,
all from my
Nana.
perspective.
Hello, honey. Hope you're doing well.
These people are who they say they are, and I want to make a call to any of these people. I'm sure that they'll take the call.
I did
confirm
too,
that that's
Cecilia.
Their signature on the letter.
But you did say that everyone on that is with the state, not with
Yes.
the feds.
Exactly.
Okay.
So the feds are already, we've been talking to them from the outset, and they're, under the Department of Justice
Right.
anyway, so they have no problem. They just want to.
And the state is they're the entity that's more likely to want to release information on me.
Exactly. And I can tell you,
They were the ones that's responsible for the investigation.
Right. So they're, yeah.
and let me share this with you. I think it's kind of important and sort of a model on how to deal with things. I know that, obviously there are reporters
Oh,
that
you are, darling.
call maybe friends or family members of you. I think what happened in the outset is, like we said, we provided them with the information. They didn't know what they were dealing with at first. So they had no idea. And I think someone spoke, out of turn or out of school, whatever you want to call it, maybe one person over there. And now they've realized, oh shit, we shouldn't have said what we said, and they basically have shut it down. No one can confirm that story. So I think it's incredibly helpful to have this sort of model going forward and to be able to tell them that, look, we want to limit media attention
Right.
to the New York victim. We want to kind of keep things in one jurisdiction. We want FBI to handle it because we're dealing with something that's more than just your jurisdiction.
Right.
For all they knew that, it was just, Alaska and the couriers, and oh boy, we've got some sort of, we've caught ourselves, our suspect. They didn't understand the big picture. And I think that's what happened, because that was obviously a concern to us, sort of initially
Right.
talking to them, but I think when you get their perspective, I think they realize that, this is something we should be doing, and they realize the severity of it, and now I think we've got a pretty good relationship with them. And we're happy to talk to them as long as they're on board, they're part of the team, and again, we're just building momentum. And the next jurisdiction, we can have Vermont, and they've offered to do that, and say, they'll reach out to the next jurisdiction simply and say, hey, we did this in our jurisdiction and it worked well, you should too. And this way, we've got state and local officers reaching out to the other jurisdictions, state and locals there, and basically telling them this is a good idea. So it gets the momentum, it snowballs, and it can't be stopped, and no one's going to get in the way of it. So I think that's the best way to control, any kind of media attention here, is just the cooperation of law enforcement as a whole.
Right.
I think, we've been doing a good job of it. We'll
Right.
continue.
I mean, at some point though, I don't, I haven't felt like this so far, but I know you guys keep wanting information, and like I said, I don't want to give out everything all at once, but I just don't want us to get in a situation where, we reach an impasse and you're like, okay, we're going to go and start doing press releases now or whatever, and then I'm going to be all pissed off, frankly, and
Yeah.
and then so that's all I ask. I'm not saying this is going to remain a compatible relationship, obviously, but if we can keep it at least an open communication.
And that's why frankly, we came over there today and you told us you weren't in a talkative mood. We still wanted to bring you over because we still want to keep this
All right.
this relationship going. We're getting pressures, we're all getting pressures from the powers to be that control us, our bosses, to
Right.
to get information. You understand that we all
Yeah.
have jobs to do, and so we just want to keep the
That-
communication open with you.
That's I guess that's what I'm saying. I'm not so concerned about the people in this room. I'm concerned about people putting pressure on you to get the answers. I imagine they don't care about my agenda. They want all the answers like right now, and I understand that, but I just hope it doesn't come to that. I just hope it doesn't come to like a standoff.
Yeah, I think, this is a business deal. I think, Agent Payne explained it. It's sort of, it's a business deal. It's kind of strange because, obviously we all have different interests, but that's usually the case in any kind of business deal, is you have stuff that we
Right.
want, and we have, things that we can assure you of that, is of some value to you, I think. And so in any kind of business deal, like I said, negotiations, any good negotiations, everybody walks away from the table, not getting exactly what they want. I think, we've basically been able to manage our supervisors that way by saying, look, he's not going to give us everything up front, okay? He's not going to do it. But we're able to kind of say, hey, but he will maybe give us one at a time and draw it out for a period of time to keep sort of the benefit of the bargain for us, and not expending man hours and, going through all the press and media and, other local departments. So, yeah, we're not getting exactly what we want, and you're probably not getting exactly what you want. You'd probably like to not give us any of it.
Yeah.
But, it's a business deal, and we're keeping up our end of it, and I think we can continue to work together
All
as
right.
long as we're reasonable.
Yeah, I just wanted to, I figured that was the case. I just wanted to let you know that's what I was thinking.
But know that while we're doing what we're doing, our responsibilities and talking to you and trying to keep this going, there are lots of other people out there investigating trips and airline tickets and phone logs and things like that, doing what police do. And there's going to come a point in time where, when that investigation reaches a point where they think they have some information that they need to act on, where that's the timeline we're going to be pushed up against.
Right.
Is
All right.
having them slow down.
Yeah, all right. Well, yeah, and the only other thing is on a more personal note, like I was saying earlier, my brothers are visiting this week, and honestly, like I say, that whole thing last week I did not plan out very well, but I would prefer to just try not to think about any of this stuff this week while they're here. It's not that I don't want to, it's just I guess I'm just juggling too many things in my head right now, so yeah, and then that'll give me a chance to, talk to people about that and a couple other concerns I have. And,
Okay.
but for now, I think we. I'm just glad that they're still going to. I'm just bottom line is I'm glad I didn't hear about it on the news like the whole Vermont. I half expected them to do a press release after that.
Yeah, no, I think it's a testament to the sort of relationships we built over there.
Yeah, so as long as we can.
At least he can still watch the news at that point.
So are they in town the whole week?
I think they leave on Sunday or Monday. So.
Yeah, so
The main, it's not so much that I wouldn't want to, if it's like a short, I don't have a problem, where I'm talking. I just don't want to miss the time that they go over there to visit me or whatever.
Yeah.
And I don't even know how, what the times are that they have available. So.
Are they going to be able to visit you daily?
Yeah, probably. I think so.
Yeah, so I think that's just what I wanted to tell Vermont, because you saw in that email, they said, maybe you have some questions on Thursday or Friday. They've got some urgency about the house, so I don't know if it's...
That's fine.
Yeah, if you want to get a schedule about when they're going to come, we don't want to interfere with that, and we don't want to interfere with the
they're
time
Eastern
difference.
time, so if we did it in the morning, that would be fine.
Oh, no, I'm talking about your family coming to visit.
He doesn't know. They don't.
But it may be possible,
can't
like,
schedule it.
later this week. Obviously, we can do it tomorrow or the next day, but you can sort of let them know. We can set a meeting for Thursday or Friday.
No, that's what I'm saying. If you want to do a meeting, I'm just saying morning would
Yeah,
be
sure.
better. Like
Eastern time, yeah.
9 or 10 our
Early.
time,
Yeah.
and then because I know there's no visiting over there that early, and then
Okay.
I would still be around in the
Well, that
afternoon.
makes sense. Then if they have some follow up and
Yeah, if they have stuff they need to get out of the way, that's fine.
Do you have a preference, Thursday or Friday?
Now I don't know who went to visit him in jail, what family went to visit him in jail, but I do know this. I know that the mother of his child, his wife, his partner, whatever she was, I know she did not go visit him in jail. She did everything she could to keep any of this away from their child and keep all this away from her. Again, she was in shock, but I know that she did not go visit him in jail. So I don't know who did go visit him, but it was not her. She did not communicate with him, and she kept their daughter away from everything, which that's what a good mother would do, right? She was in total shock. She immediately, when she found out with the police, distanced herself. His daughter never visited him. Never. Allegedly, she told the detectives and the cops, she said, I don't ever want my daughter to remember him. And actually, he said the same thing to the police somewhere in this interview. he said he didn't want his daughter to remember him that way either. But again, he's just a master manipulator. He wasn't looking out for his daughter, or he would have never done these heinous crimes that he did. Now, his extended family, I know that they kept their distance, and there was no visits, because I did study that earlier, and there was no contact. So I don't know who came to visit him. He was pretty much isolated, and I don't know if that was just BS talk right there. I don't know. He was a high risk inmate. He was a suicidal risk, and he was a danger to others as well. You already heard him talk about escape. He was an escape risk, you know. So he spent most all of his time alone. Almost every bit of it, he was alone anyway. He was isolated, he was monitored, and he didn't have visitors. So he was without any family anyway. If they would have wanted to come, it would have been very hard to get visits or special visits, but none of them wanted to have anything to do with him. When he died, they didn't ask for anything. They didn't want nothing. They didn't go. They didn't want none of his drawings. They didn't want his suicide note. They didn't want his poems. They didn't want his anything. They called all that blood messages. That's what they called it. They didn't want anything. So I don't know what's going on here, but this is probably a tactic. And I'm just saying, his family distanced themselves, and they have to live with what he did and put on them the rest of their life. I cannot imagine. I just can't. This man, oh.
No, it doesn't. I don't think it matters. I have to check my data phone.
So you don't get the normal exercise, so they let you have the tennis shoes to torture you that you can't run? Or?
Yeah, no, I just started wearing, I don't get to run anymore, so my tennis shoes, I don't lace them up tight anymore, so I just wear,
Mm-hmm. Okay.
They're slippers now, they're not tennis shoes anymore.
So when you start lacing them up, we should pay attention.
Yeah, they're too tight for me to slip them on or slip them off, then I'm really planning on doing the running.
Okay, so I'll email that to your attorneys, and maybe we'll speak later this week.
Yeah.
And we'll try to hold off. If we do something, it'll be like Friday morning early. That way we won't interrupt your
Yeah,
day.
that's fine.
And
I would think that would work.
And then maybe by next week, say Tuesday or so, we could
Yeah.
talk again. Okay. Well, and I think if we're done, we could get him a cigar and let him, since we got you over here.
Awesome.
Wow, a cigar for nothing.
Well,
How it was.
I like to think it's a cigar for good faith. But ultimately,
For
that's,
good health.
yeah.
ultimately, that's going to be up to you.
Okay,
No, look, I mean, we can keep working on this. So.
we're working on our end.
Yeah, we've done just about everything we can do at this stage. Hang tight, we'll be back with you here.
All right.
Isn't that a shame? He don't have no books to read or nothing. But he's just as content. Look at him. He's finding ways to occupy himself with that coffee cup. He seems bored. He don't seem nervous. He ain't worried about who's coming in next, in my opinion. And you always got good cop, bad cop. He didn't know who was coming in. Yeah, I would say confident. He's very confident. I ain't gonna lie, I think I'd be a little pissed off. My coffee was cold though. He should have been a better negotiator and got a little bit more coffee. Yeah, it's just showing him. It's showing his reactions right now. He's waiting on some more people to come in there. See? He's just, I mean, I can forward it.
You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can be used against you in court.
He's having new cops interviewing him each time.
You have the right to have a lawyer with you during questioning.
I was just watching this
report a
reaction
lawyer when
call,
you're
y'all.
appointed for you before any questioning if you wish. If you decide to answer questions now without a lawyer present, you have the right to stop answering at any time. Do you understand these rights as I've explained them to you?
Yes.
And with those
Well,
rights...
no, we can only have one blind person around here, and that's Smiley.
As you know, you've got at least one standby attorney appointed in the discussion of other crimes, that type of thing. I believe it's Rich Kerner. It may also include Jacqueline Walsh. Do you have any desire to have either of those attorneys or any other attorney present today?
No.
Are you on any medications or any other substances?
No.
See, he don't want no
Are you having
attorneys.
any difficulty
He
understanding
can ask
where
for
you're at,
one.
what's going on?
No.
Okay. All right. Good. Any questions before we get started?
Nope.
Okay. We wanted to bring you over here today, give you a little bit of information about some things that are going on, but also to ask you kind of where you're at with things. It sounded like you're kind of frustrated with things. I don't know if that's something you want to expand on at all.
Just things haven't been happening for the last week. There were some things that I asked for information on, as well as, well, basically that was the gist of it. And haven't heard anything back, so we'll see. I don't know. Supposedly within the next day or two, I'm supposed to get a more comprehensive visit or information.
I want to say one more thing. Every time that they come in and they do this, every one of them is reading him his rights, and every one of them is asking him, does he want an attorney? And he said no. I believe, in my opinion, that he's doing that not only so he could control the interrogation, he knows he can control it better if he don't have an attorney, but he knows they would stop him from talking, and Kim's right, Cecilia's right, everybody's right. He loves the attention. He loves to talk. He loves all that. But he never once asked for an attorney. You know, anybody else would have shut down. Not him. He's very confident in what he's doing, and I think he thinks that's one of his strategies. But he wanted to talk. He wanted to talk, but he only wanted to talk on his terms. It was going to be me, myself, my terms. And he's being respectful. Just saying. He didn't want to be silent. He didn't want to deny anything, really. But he didn't want to put everything out there either. He didn't plan to fight the charges. He knew, and it was right there, he was not going to be around. He said it. He wasn't going to be there. He saw this as a negotiation. It was not a defense. He was not trying to defend himself. He didn't need an attorney in his eyes. He wanted to bargain and trade and manipulate and use everything to his time to stay out of that cell, I believe. He knew he was done. He thought he was smarter than everybody in that room. That's what he thought. He thought he understood them better than they understood him. He thought he could manipulate the interrogators, no matter which ones come in. Because, see, he studied the police. He studied the law. That's how he thought he could get away with it. 12 years, so he could get away with it in these interrogation rooms. He thought he could control everything. He was not afraid. He was not afraid of any consequences. He was not afraid of prison. He was not afraid of the charges. He was not afraid of anything. He sure wasn't afraid of the death penalty. So you got somebody who wasn't afraid of the death penalty. Well, what are you worried about? What do you got to bargain with them? He thought he was more in a relationship, a partnership or something with these investigators. And he was going to use all that to his advantage. He just thought he was important. He didn't ask for an attorney. He didn't ask for one because he was not trying to defend himself. He believed he knew more than everybody else. And he wanted to control and manipulate this entire situation. That's why he didn't ask for an attorney. But everybody asked.
Information or something, but so far it hasn't happened.
Well, we're not talking anything about Samantha Koenig, and I've been back east last week. I think those guys told you, and they gave me a little bit of an update, Israel. But since I've been in a loop, I wanted to come and see you and let you know maybe the conversations I've been having with other U.S. attorneys' offices. But before I do that, I just thought the same kind of question in relation to moving things forward. Where are you at kind of about all this? What's your take on this? And not talking about what you're doing with other stuff, but where are you in regards to the discussions we've been having?
Well, I'm the same place I've always been. I am obviously a little concerned about giving out a lot more information, especially over too short a period of time until I find out where I stand on some other issues. So, it'd be nice if all these other issues would just work themselves out and resolve themselves the way I want them to without my coercion, but that's not going to happen, so I got to do what I got to do. Yeah. It would be a lot simpler if I would just take certain steps so that I could expound upon that a little bit more, but I'm not ready to do that yet, so if I have to, I will, but it's, but yeah, as far as discussing things about whether it's the Vermont case or things that happened prior to that, I think that it's probably still going to happen. It's just I guess the reality sets in for me as to how much more time there is to pass before I may find out things I need to find out.
And your feeling is if you give us additional information, it's going to affect other things or not affect other things, or you have control over it?
Yeah, it's once I give out the information, then it's gone.
Well, let me just jump in on that, because this is getting, I should say frustrating, but I could almost say it's getting depressing, right? That and maybe you feel the same way, that you have been meeting with us now about other crimes for weeks and weeks and weeks, and I think it's getting kind of just downright depressing that we are not moving forward, and I don't think it's because I'm not sure why it is.
Okay, he's been, this is in a 6-hour interview, but he's met with them to make this 6-hour interview for weeks and weeks and weeks. That's what the detective just said. And they have not been getting anywhere. If that's not manipulation and control, then I don't know what is. And they played his game. That's right, Cecilia. It was mind games. But that cop just said it. We've been here. Now, all right, what we had the good cops. Now are we getting the bad cops? I don't know. I haven't watched this entire thing because I couldn't tolerate watching the entire thing and then watching it again. I just couldn't. I just can't. So a lot of this, I watched a clip of it today, and a lot of this I am seeing with y'all. I haven't seen the lady and man come in yet. That's the one I'm thinking, Lord, honey. But anyway, and that one is probably going to be triggering because they're all laughing. But that is a tactic. That's a tactic that they're using. But yeah, and for those wanting to know, his daughter was around 10 years old at that time. There's no evidence he ever hurt his daughter or anything like that. That's not making excuses for him. I'm just telling y'all the facts. And then he wanted to keep his daughter out of it. I do think some records were sealed, and her mother also kept her as far away from this as possible. And the FBI said she had no knowledge of what he was doing, and I hope to God, I know someday she's probably going to look this up, but I hope to God it's forever and a day, because I just would hate her to know all this. I really would. I can't even imagine. And she may already. But the trauma and the stuff he's left behind, there's just no excuse.
A month ago, we laid out that plan that Frank Russo laid out, and you know, because we've been kind of bending over backwards from the U.S. Attorney's Office perspective of saying, look, we're going to work with you, and we're going to, you know, move the other things forward that are going to
I
need
did
to be
grab,
moved forward and all those other
I don't
crimes.
remember what I
Right.
grabbed.
We all
I
kind
did
of
grab
understand
something.
that we're going to need to move forward. And so we
Okay.
thought you were on the
I
schedule
ate
of wanting to
something.
move other crimes,
It
investigations
wasn't
forward.
nothing major, but I did
We
eat
know
some
you,
pieces
we know you
of
want
food.
to keep the
Thank
media
you.
down, you don't want to be charged in other jurisdictions. We know those things. We took them into account and we came up with a strategy to say, well, let's move them forward. And we really kind of, you know, busted ourselves to do that. So we're getting kind of just, like I said, I should be saying frustrated, but I'll start with just.
Oh, I ate a
depressed.
TV dinner. That's why it wasn't that thrilling. I couldn't remember
What's
what
your
it
view,
was.
what's your view on that?
And the same with law enforcement, you know, this isn't a typical way
Sure.
to move forward with this type of investigation. And so for us, it's frustrating, and we're doing it this way because this is the way that Israel wanted to do it. And
So what's your take on our?
This isn't the way I wanted to do it.
Well, just
You know,
tell us what your
look,
take is on that.
Well, my take is, you know, I've said this before, even though we may at this point all want the same end results, it doesn't mean we're on the same team by any means. You know?
We've always known that, we're not
Right.
pretending.
So
I mean,
I'm
but
not, you know, I'm not. I understand that you've got your schedule, you've got your deadlines, you've got things you've got to get done. But honestly, that's of no concern to me. If we can continue to work together and make stuff happen, great. If not, you know, if it's not
Ooh, that sounds
going
good.
the way you want it to, or you're not getting your information fast enough, then do what you got to do. You know, but I already know you'll be back. So,
well, and maybe we've been too honest with you then, I guess. I mean, we know we know that we're not on the same team. Well, yeah, because if you're saying, I mean, I think what you're saying is you're kind of challenging us, and I didn't think that's where we were in our discussions.
no, I'm not challenging you. I'm just saying I know you've got your agenda, what you need to get done, and what you need to. You have to have something to show for it, for your work on this.
Well, but it's sort of funny because we thought it was your agenda that was kind of driving us and wanting to move things quickly and wanting to keep the media on, and you know, that's why we've been working on kind of your agenda. That's why I'm like, wait a second, this is what Israel wanted.
No, you're right. I mean, it's so far it has gone according to my agenda as much as it can. The issue is there's still a lot of time that's going to pass before I get the things I want. So if I give up all my cards right away, then that's it. You know, I have no control over what happens a month from now or 6 months from now.
He is manipulating. He can't give up all of his cards right now. This has been going on now that we know for weeks. But he just can't give up all of his cards right now. He can't give up all of his cards right now, y'all. I wonder how much longer he thought he was going to keep playing these mind games with them. Because he was certainly playing. He was like a kid going to the park. See, me too, Annabella. Me too. There's certain things I probably couldn't do face to face like this. Even the good cop, bad cop, I don't know that I could be the bad one because like Cecilia said, she has some friends and they just, I know people like that too. And we have some in our family and it's just like they want to probably jump over the table, but they do different stuff. They don't do the interrogations. But I couldn't. There's no way I could. Absolutely not. It just couldn't happen. It just couldn't happen. Not the interrogation part.
I guess I would respectfully disagree with that, because to the extent that we demonstrate that the plan that we came up with collectively a month ago is working, then that is going to help you get the things that you want. And at this point, we've only really been able to demonstrate that half of the plan is working. And frankly, that's our half. We did everything that we agreed to do, and you haven't done what you agreed to do.
First of all, I didn't agree to do anything today. I already told you that. So, I told you I've got different agenda now than when we came up with that plan because of things that happened between then and now. So
I have a different agenda.
Fine. I changed the rules.
You came up
Shame
with a
on
plan.
me.
I changed
But,
the rules.
that doesn't really change the bottom line. I'm not gonna at least find out what my options are. And that hasn't happened yet. So, I understand it put a hitch in the schedule, but, and that's not the only issue right now. There are some other, other things that we can't talk about, and that's an issue with me too. And I know that, there's a lot of debate that these things aren't connected, but to a certain extent, for me and what happens to me in the end, they are pretty closely connected. So.
Well, as we've said before, we won't talk to you about anything related to Samantha Koenig now, but if you want to request a meeting, we will.
Right.
And if that's what you guys decide, that's totally up to you and your council.
Right.
And we'll make ourselves available, but we won't discuss them now.
No, I understand that. And,
you said you don't want to give up all your cards. We understand that. We haven't been asking you to do that. For all your cards, you can never. Sure, we'd love it if you just said, yeah, I'm just going to tell you everything. And frankly, I would say things would move much more quickly in the end because we'd be working on those and getting them all resolved and getting it all lined out the way we said so that we can control it and you would control it. I would love that. Right,
Right, now look at his body language. Now he's getting frustrated,
Tell me everything.
in my opinion.
I think it would be in your best interest, but you don't see it that way. Fine, I get it. I've asked you to think about that. But we got to start. We got to start the process because that everything takes a little bit of time and we can move it quickly. But if like I said before, we're going to be sitting here a year from now, we all agree no. But now a month is going by, so now we only got 11 months down. And we're going to be. Am I going to be saying next month we got 10 months to go? Because we all agreed we weren't going to be sitting here in a year doing this. So
Oh, believe me, I'm very well aware of passage of time. So I have my own definite agenda on that issue, but as I said, I don't have a lot of control over it. So.
But I think you have more than you think. In other words, you discuss the other.
Yeah, he's getting stressed now.
And that moves things forward. That's under your control, right? You only decide whether you want to tell us. You, as your keys, sitting here today, control what you tell us. We then control what we do with it. And we've demonstrated to you, and it's in our best interest to control it.
For now, yeah, I understand. I understand where we're at right now. In order for things to progress, I have to take a guess as to what's going to happen next, I guess you could say. Which is, I don't know, yeah, there's a lot of things that could happen.
All right, he's still playing games, okay, but he is getting stressed. I mean, you can tell that all in his body language. He's still getting stressed, but he didn't panic. He's right now, he's not panicking, you know, but he's getting stressed and he's starting to stumble a little bit, if you ask me. But he's showing some signs of stress. His shoulders was going up, his head's going to the side, all that kind of stuff. So he got stress when he felt investigators was wasting time. You know, because he values his control. He values all of his control. And when they repeated questions, he gets stressed. He slows down the pace a little bit. And it's showing. It's starting to show. We're going to watch his hands. We're going to watch his hands and see what's happening here. But he got stressed, and then he gets stressed, I think, when he gets his intelligence challenged, right? So we're gonna watch and see. I really want to see that. All right.
Even with the information I've already given you, there's a lot of things that can happen.
I get.
They must have brought him a
It's
sack
all- it's your
lunch.
schedule.
Now he's got a sack.
It's, you know, I think you said it was our schedule. It's really your schedule that we've been trying to work on. So we can sit here and guess and wonder what's going to happen in the future, and none of us are going to predict, right? I mean, it's whatever happens is going to happen. But the only thing we can control is what we're doing right now. And we have a definite, concrete, certain way that we can move forward now that will definitely expedite whatever happens down the line. Because, as you know, we've got all these other crimes to talk about. It will definitely expedite it, certainly, if we start now. Everything else is just speculation, so we can wait and see, but time's going to move by.
Yeah, no, I see what you're saying. It's like the ultimate goal. If that is the ultimate goal, that I put all this stuff out on the table, then yeah, then it's better to do it now. But I haven't decided yet that that's my ultimate goal. Certainly not on these terms. You know, like I say, there's certain information that I've already given you. So what happens with that? You know, I've already given up control of that to a certain extent. But everything I still have, you know, it's still within my power to decide how that information gets to you. From me to you, as a matter of speaking.
Exactly. And what
He thinks everything's in his power.
You've got a lot of cards to play, and we respect that, but we're asking you to play one more card. And I think that's in your best interest. I'm not telling you that just because, that's what I think you want to hear. I've been using your goals all along.
Well, it's not in my best interest today because there's absolutely nothing I gain from it. Just more worries.
But you
About
actually
what
move,
happens.
you move the ball forward.
Forward to what, though? There's no objective that I'm moving towards by giving you more information.
Okay, well, when talking about the other crimes, we're using the couriers because we're investigating that. We've agreed to certain things with the couriers and we've looked up to them.
Right.
And so your objective of that, I think, remains the same. Keep it out, and we have them charge you. So we're trying to further those objectives. I mean, that's only one of the objectives. I think we're mutually trying.
But that's an indefinite objective. The couriers, that's essentially a closed case. I've given you all the
Right.
information you need on it, and I'll continue to give you any information you need. And if it ever goes to me being indicted for it, then I'll probably, plead guilty to everything. And so that's, you achieved your objective in that. And yes, I got some things out of it. So it's a closed issue. But anything else we discuss beyond that, then that's objectives. My objectives are hazy at best. I don't really have any objectives. It's like, yeah, I have concerns about it, but until I decide whether those concerns are legitimate or whether I have anything else I want to get out of that information, then there's no reason for me to talk about it. Especially not at this point, because really, in the scope of the situation that I'm in, not really that much time has gone by. I still don't even have answers on stuff that we were talking about months ago. That's me. I don't have those answers yet. I don't have them.
Are you talking about discussions that we've been having about other crimes? If you don't have answers to something?
Partially, yeah. But
From us?
that's not, like I say, there's some things that we can't talk about, but yeah, there's. Anyway, it's neither here nor there. It'll happen. It's just.
And you talked about deciding how ultimately the information would get from you to us, and how,
Well, that's
besides you
another-
just telling us how.
Right, that's another issue too. Is I may have some options as far as that goes. How to get you at least some information without.
Well, and that's what we tried to give you. We tried to give you that ability
Yeah, that
to
was our
control.
idea.
The plan was, you tell us, where in New York, so we can work with them and get their assurances, and then more you starting those processes.
He's very,
It doesn't.
there's a lot to study
No.
or investigate, right?
No, I'm not on New York's attorney's schedule or anybody else.
This was Israel Key's schedule, that's what I thought it was your schedule.
No, I don't have a schedule.
Okay, well, that's different from what I understood, because you told us, I want
No,
it
you-
quickly, I want it.
Yeah, if you're talking about my ultimate schedule, yeah, but that's
Well, that's-
kind of a ways off right now. So I'm saying like week to week.
You said
month to
for
month,
sure, and
don't
I was reading it, and I thought you said it's going to be a
I
case
thought you did
study
have a
for
schedule.
years.
You
I
said
was
ways off.
all over, girl.
Now I don't know what you're talking about, because month to month is what's happening now, basically. We're moving at, we've gone from moving at a fairly reasonable pace to being month to month, and 6 months is going to pass, and then a year is going to pass, and then a year and a half, and 2 years, And I'm offering you an opportunity now to move that more quickly, and I'd like to start with, not even start, I'd just like to move forward on New York, because it's going to move the pace of everything more quickly, which is what I thought you wanted. If you tell me differently, you say,
This makes me want to go back. I know if you was in my live earlier today, now it was a good live. I'm not that great on commentating, I'll just tell y'all, but I think this is very interesting. I also think it's very important, and I think it's very important to show how these things are done and the tactics and different things like that. But I was saying today in my live, he reminded me of some things of Ted Bundy, but it makes me want to go back now and do a whole Ted Bundy take. I think that would be a very interesting one to do. That's just me. Y'all can put in there what y'all think, but that's just me.
I don't care how long anything takes anymore. Then I understand that's different.
No, I do care about how long things take. I just, first of all, I don't know what time has to do with any of the crimes that are any information that I give you. because,
Yeah, Annabella, I could even go to some areas that
If you
Ted Bundy
think I
went
want
to.
to be indicted or charged with any of the other crimes, then you're wrong. I
He
mean,
was all up through the
We're trying to
area
avoid
here.
that, right? We're trying
Right.
to
So
avoid
I
that
don't-
by controlling it.
so I don't understand how giving information is gonna.
Well, let's just say, what happens if Vermont says, you know, we thought this guy was cooperating, what if they were to say, we're gonna charge him, so then you get charged in Vermont?
Well, they're gonna have to wait their turn, aren't they?
Well, what happened, but how long is that gonna take, right? That's what I'm trying to say.
That's what my concern is.
Yeah. So right now, they're not charging, but what do you think? Explain to me, what do you think would happen if they do charge? If you know, we say Israel just says, you guys do whatever you gotta do, and then they were to go forward and they lose control, what do you think would happen with that?
Well, I assume that I don't know for sure. I assume there's a few different things that could happen, none of which are good for me, from my perspective. So
That's what I'm trying to tell you, you know, is working with your goals seems to be in your best interest to move forward with New York so that Vermont doesn't charge, because Vermont charges,
that,
then, you know.
well, statistically, that makes things less likely to go my way because the more attorneys, the more crimes are involved in this, the more likely it is that one of the states is going to get fed up and say, we're charging them.
You know, we've already demonstrated to you what we can do and explain how it works from our end. Because I don't think Vermont can take as long as they want to take, they charge. You know, they can take their case as long as they want to take it. And, you know, what happens then? To your
I don't know,
goals.
what
To
happens?
your goals. What happens to your goals if
I
Vermont-
assume that puts me in limbo until they get their crack at me. At least I've heard of that happening before, I don't know.
So, do you want that?
Of course I don't want that. You already know what I want.
Well, that's why, I guess we're just miscommunicating then, because I thought, that's what I understood it, and that's why we offered to you this plan to control how things progress with Vermont, and just using New York as the neighboring state, right? So we got a way to control things. Now, if we all say, that's not gonna work, do what you want Vermont, then we don't control. They're gonna take as long as they take in Vermont, you know? And I'm sure they'll be talking to New York then. And what's that, then we don't control it, right?
Right. No, I accepted the fact that we don't control. Well, none of us control what happens in Vermont.
Well, I think I thought that.
Or you do.
I thought this letter that they sent was a pretty amazing.
No, it
thing.
was good. It was
Pretty
good,
amazing
but-
thing, and we really worked at this, and they're with us. But if they go away, then they do whatever they got to do, as long as that takes. They don't really care what Israel's opinion is. And then New York comes to them, their neighbors, and said, neighbor, you know, we got a problem in New York. We're Vermont. Vermont says, well, your problem is our problem. We're simpatico together. We all got problems, and this is now Israel has no control. And that's what I was trying to avoid based upon what you told me from the get-go. You've been honest about your goals, but now I'm like, well,
Right. Well,
why are we
no,
misunderstanding it?
The fine print in that letter is that at their directive, they can reassume control. At your directive, all you have to do is say, well, Israel's not giving us any more information. Do what you got to do.
Did you expect something different? I mean, you're like, no, there's nothing else we can do.
I don't know what I expect.
I mean, there's nothing else we can do. We can't make, they would never sign
They would
something.
never agree to it.
They're never going to agree to something that says.
I understand that.
Yeah, so
I know I don't have any rights in this situation. All I have is information. So now you're upset with me that I want to control the information.
no, I'm not upset. Upset with you. I said I started you by saying, it's more depressing, and yeah, there's frustration. But I mean, I don't.
There's going to be a lot of frustration.
Okay, thank
before
you,
this is
honey.
all
You're
over,
fine.
but, I mean, it's already been years of frustration for a lot of people. So they're going to have to learn to live with it for a little
No, that's
bit
a
longer.
different issue. The frustration and depression is based upon what you getting what you want, and I'm thinking we're giving Israel what he wants on his time frame, And I just explained to you what I foresee would happen if the cooperation breaks down on the couriers. And we just said, we don't want that, because we don't want that Vermont to
I
take
know
over,
that
take us
laughing
over to
alone.
talk to New York and do whatever. We don't want that. So what are all there's two choices, it seems like.
Yeah, I don't know how. Like I say, that's one of the issues I'm waiting to hear back on. Is what is the most likely path that Vermont would take? Because obviously I've got other problems right now, so I don't know what their hypothetical timeline could be if they get fed up and decide to go their own way on that. I don't know that. I'm not a lawyer, so. Yeah, like I said, I'm sure there could be a whole range of things that could happen with that, the information that I've already given.
Well, normally, state prosecutions or other federal prosecutions don't move that quickly. So,
Right.
we know that if Vermont charges, it's going to be a lengthy process. And they're going to get in touch with New York, and New York's going to, have their input about what Vermont does as well. And they're neighboring states, and they work together, and they're going to say, hey, Israel had its chance, Alaska had its chance. They said that they were moving forward. I'm just trying to lay out to you what I foresee related to the couriers, etc. That's alternative B as far as I'm concerned. Alternative A was following along the path we've been following. So doing nothing is a choice. Doing nothing is basically saying I choose alternative B, which is the longer road and the less control.
And I think A and B goes hand in hand for law enforcement. I've told you many times what option B for law enforcement is, and I know you say we'll be back, and you may be right, but at some point in time when people see that there's an impasse, then they're going to say, well, let's try it. He may be right, maybe we're not going to find anything, but we have to look. We wouldn't be doing due diligence if we didn't try.
Right.
With the investigative leads that we do have. So
A or B?
and I know you used to, the B is just is huge public media and public-wise. And, I just don't want to damage any relationship that we have if we have to go with Plan B.
Well, I mean, if that's your only option, then that's your
It's
only
not.
option.
It's not our only option right now. Right? We have Plan A. We thought.
Yeah.
I mean, you realize that. You realize that this isn't going the way. This isn't going like a normal investigation is going. That there's certain things we would do in this type of situation that we're not doing.
Right.
And all those are very public and very unpleasant. And
Yeah, he feels like he's losing control. That's what he's scared. This cop right here is more firm, and I don't know what he's going to get out of him or whatever, but you can tell he's uncomfortable with him. He don't like dealing with this cop right here. He feels like, in my opinion, Celia, he's losing control. And he's getting antsy. He's getting aggravated. Yep, his speech is slowing down. Absolutely. Absolutely. You can definitely tell all that.
Well, I mean, yeah, you're right. I mean, if that's what it's come down to, it's like either I give you information today or you go your own way with it. And
See,
that's
now
what
he's
it's come down
getting,
to,
he's
so we gotta do
thinking.
it Because I'm not giving up any more information.
Hey, Green Eyes, good to see you.
What's going on?
Hello, hello.
More issues, so.
When do you foresee that kind of thing happening?
Well, if it doesn't happen this week, then there's going to be another meeting.
So are you telling us that we can, next week sometime, we can hold off and next week sometime
Well,
address this issue?
yeah, we'll hear one way or the other next week. Yeah.
He's still laughing though. He's still giggling.
I mean, because that's something that I can go with and say, he's got some issues that he's working through. And
Well, it's the same issues that we talked about last time, it's just nothing has happened.
So,
I think she's pretty much stayed out of it. She's tried to keep herself and her child out of it. I'll double check that.
I'm hesitant to,
The only thing that I know for sure, Joanne, about her is, they know she didn't have any involvement, but she was in shock. They said she was in shock. She didn't know anything. And she kept her child. The child was, I don't know if you left a while ago, but the child was 10 years old, and about 10 years old approximately at the time. Now, he never harmed his child or anything like that. But she never, they never visited him. It was a total shock, cut off, and everything like that. She didn't even go to any funerals, but as far as an interview, I don't know. I'll have to look that up to be 100% sure. I don't think she did though. I think she's tried to distance herself and do everything she can to keep her child from ever finding out or finding the most out she could. Or I don't know if it's a she. I don't even know if it's a she or he. Oh yeah, it's a girl, I believe. But anyway, I think she's tried to shield that child.
tackle all the issues on my own. I thought I was going to have some assistance, but
and if you want assistance, I mean, the judge, everybody told you, you get whatever assistance you want. That's your business.
Right.
And we're not going to, I want to be really clear, that is up to you, and that's your choice. To do that, we all want to make sure you have every opportunity to do that. So if you want that, do it, and that's
Right.
our business.
no, I know.
That's clear. We've just been coming to you, being honest about where we are in the process. No one has laid down an ultimatum yet. We're trying to avoid that.
No, that's good. That's what I want to avoid too. It's
Right.
just.
I just thought if I came in here and
You can see we're not, well, I mean, we're telling you that you're smart enough, you know that it is what it is. What I'm telling you, what he's telling you is reality of this,
Yeah.
I mean, we're not,
No, I just looked it up and
Yeah.
it said no, she's never given a public interview. Never. She's never spoken publicly. She's never given an interview or any documentaries, nothing.
Oh,
No podcasts, no nothing.
well, what do you want to talk about today?
And I don't blame her.
I've just been thinking that hypothetically, best route for me to give you all the information you need might be kind of like a last minute kind of thing. So I'm not around for the aftermath.
Well, Do you think that's realistic?
Do I think it's realistic? I don't know.
Yeah, they sealed
Seems
the
to me
valve.
like that would kind of be my call. Whether or not it's realistic.
Well, but, I mean, like I said, if Vermont goes forward, it's not going to be your call or our call if Vermont does, and they don't have any reason to move at your pace.
Yeah, I know.
You know what I mean? And right now, we've been working together, so.
Well, I know.
I kind of doubt Vermont is going to.
Well, and
Play that game, but I doubt they're going to, I mean, I'm telling you from even the U.S. Attorney's perspective down here, I doubt they're going to play that game that says, we're going to move forward in Vermont really quickly on the couriers, make sure that gets all wrapped up, and, we're going to give him what he wants, and then, but because we think at the last minute he's going to tell us everything.
Or I guess that my opinion on that would be with it, the issue with doing it, something like that would be, would you be able to provide us with enough information that we need, and would that leave some type of doubt the way being done like that, rather than up front cooperating every step of the way and giving us the details that we need to make the closure, rather than right there at the end when all we're getting is maybe a name and a place, and we might not be able to complete the closure all the way, and there might be some, I don't know, it's just food for thought. Would there be
Right. No,
Time
I
to take care of
understand what you're saying. My concern isn't so much with that. My concern is about keeping things under wraps for the duration of my incarceration, however long that may be. And
There he goes
if I
again.
have to do
Billion,
that
however
by
long that might be.
giving out
Listen,
little
he's giving
information
them
at a
vibes.
time and continuing to work with you or whoever else. If it seems like that's going to keep working, then that's what I'll do. Even if it means more drama that way, I guess. But yeah, it's still better than the alternative.
I think that's logical. I think we should just take a break for a few minutes. When we think about a couple things. Have a coffee. Do you need the bathroom?
Yeah, I think it.
Is this where that man and woman, the woman comes in?
All right, Israel, just picking up where we left off, because you said something that I want to respond to. I think the last thing you said, and then I also want to respond to something you said earlier about, hey, at the last minute, this idea that seems to be very interested in, that at the last minute you could just tell us everything, right? At the end of all of this with the couriers, you could just tell us everything. So let's use the courier case in Vermont. As we just explained, we have option A and B. We're looking at it that way. A is we get information. We keep Vermont on board. We get some more information. Not everything, but we get some more information. We keep Vermont on board, and we keep moving forward on a pretty timely basis.
Right.
With the couriers. Option B, we all kind of felt was, we lose control of Vermont because we don't get anything about New York. Vermont moves forward, and the U.S. Attorney's Office down there in Vermont says, look, he's not cooperating, we're going to charge him federally. The state says he's not cooperating, we're going to charge him state-wise. That's kind of what could happen on Plan B, right?
Yeah.
I mean, are you with me so far?
I take your word for it, yeah.
Okay, well, if you think that I'm telling you something.
He's going to take their word
That's
for
what I
it.
believe.
Well, he's a piece of work.
Two possible options here with the couriers. The moving forward option, or the stalling out
I
option.
mean, what's
which
wrong,
Vermont was for
Mr.
federal
Keys?
and
Are you
state.
getting bored?
Now, the state of Vermont does not even have a death penalty, but they would have an interest, as you can tell from their office. You know. But for your cooperation and our working with them, the state of Vermont would want to charge you, right? You understand
Right.
that. So the state of Vermont charges you. It's going to be a lengthy process to go forward with. So that's why I mean option B is a lengthy process. And they're not, no one's going to agree, either the U.S. Attorney's Office in Vermont or the Vermont State prosecutors are not going to agree to any kind of a situation where they say, hey, great, we're going to move things along quickly and get Israel sentenced. You know, whether he wants a death penalty, whether he wants life in prison, whatever, we're going to go ahead and move forward with that, and with the hope that at the last minute he's going to give us all this information, right? They're just not going to enter into that kind of agreement. I just wanted you to know my thoughts on that. I don't speak for the U.S. Attorney's Office in Vermont. I don't speak for the state prosecutors on that issue, but you know, I think the reality is they're not going to just move things forward quickly there with the promise, with the idea of the promise from you that they'll learn everything eventually. They're going to want that first, right? I mean, that
Right.
seems like basic negotiating things. So that, does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean, the
Until
part you
that
left out
happens.
is that with
Yeah.
option A,
Yeah.
is that if I
He's pissed.
give them information, they can still do whatever they want as far
Well,
as charging.
Look,
They don't have to give me their word on anything. I know
they don't, but they have, and they've given me their word. And so I think what you said was very insightful, like, well, if you don't want to move things quickly, but you don't want them to be really slow, the quickly is, in my opinion, you tell us.
Right.
The slow is, you tell us nothing. What you said at the very end when we took a break was, hey, if I have to give you a little bit, each step along the way to keep things moving. Right? That's in the middle. Things will move, they won't move as quickly, they won't move as slowly, but they'll move. So I'm asking you then today to give us the name of the person in New York as a little something. It's half a card, you can rip in half, you give us the name, we move things forward.
No, it's not half a card. It's pretty. No.
Well, you give us the name today, I think we'll be back here next week and you won't have heard a peep of that. Nobody will have heard about it.
Well,
And it keeps things moving. We'll be sitting here next week, you won't even heard a thing. We'll sit in the week after, you won't have heard a thing about it. Okay, because we're going to live up to our end of things, because that's what was our commitment, to keep that, to follow your goals. Here's what can happen today. You give me the name, I write it down. I don't ask any more questions. We all have some lunch, talk about whatever you want to talk about. You have a cigar, we can talk about the weather, what's going on in Anchorage, whatever. I'll just write down the name, we have lunch, you have a cigar.
well, I mean, it sounds tempting, but no, I'm not giving a name. I'm not giving any names.
Oh, look at him. It sounds
Right.
tempting, but no, no thanks.
What my options are.
That's fine, you do what you need to do. We'll see if it changes next week. I mean, I think we'll be in the same position next week where we are today. And so by not acting, we're going towards Plan D, that's all. It's not a threat or anything like that. It's just saying, I created Plan A, Path A, and Path B.
Right.
By doing nothing, we're kind of making
Right.
a choice.
No, I know,
And
it's a reality.
I think you can take control of the situation today and let me write down that name. That's the control you have. You write down the name and you see that next week nothing different is happening. It isn't out there. It hasn't impacted you. It's just allowed us to stay on path A. It's a decision that you can make today.
Well, I think I appreciate what you're saying, but here's what I think we should do is set up a meeting probably later next week, a meeting just like this. If I don't get the information that I need by, I don't know, like I said, the next couple days, then what's going to happen is you're probably going to get
Yeah, he's tired
an email
and
with
he's
a different
frustrated
sort of
now.
meeting that we're going to have.
Okay, that's up to you. So you're telling me, we're going to meet, we'll come and meet with you next week. And
Yeah, I mean,
Something's
I
gonna-
assume that you're going to want to do that regardless, but I'm saying that Yeah, it's been, I mean, what was the last time I was over here? It was like a week ago and I had already been trying to get him. Yeah, so I mean, like I say, if I don't get the information I need this week, by the avenues that I'm trying to get it, then obviously that's not working. And I'll do something else.
That's up to you, that's your choice.
No,
So he needs a whole week,
I'm just
because he
saying,
said he'll figure something else to do, basically.
from my perspective,
It's not gonna work.
there's several different things
You're
going
losing
on.
all control, buddy.
We're trying to keep them all related in my head, and then trying to keep everything moving on all of them separate from each other, but still in the same direction is not an easy task, apparently. So, but yeah, that'll at least give me some more time to get the information that I need. In the meantime, I had requested this from other avenues, but you had mentioned that there was news from Vermont. Was there a press release done or something? I know that they were coming up on the anniversary for their disappearance.
And that's what we wanted to tell you, and why we wanted to meet you today. Tomorrow is the anniversary,
Oh, is it?
and so right now we have nothing to take to them. So what I wanted to accomplish today is to be able to tell them, we got a name. I'm not going to tell them the name. I wanted to say, Vermont, we got a name, stick with this. We know it's the anniversary, you got a lot of pressure tomorrow.
Right.
Stick with us.
Well, that was a concern I had, because I know that that's like the media makes a big deal out of anniversaries.
Oh, and they're all over them, I know that, and that's what Vermont is wanting to know. I don't need to give Vermont the name, I just need to tell them, trust me, he gave me the name. They're not going to know the name, I'm not going to give it to them, they don't have any need to know. But that gives them a reason to stand firm.
Well, they already have a reason. I'm not going to give them that just so they have another reason.
Well, you're not giving it to them, you're giving it to me.
Well, you're.
See, he thinks he's the smartest one in the room.
He has to, whatever.
Well, that's what we wanted you to know about, so, look.
Oh, trust me, I'll know about it. I don't care. It doesn't matter how many miles away. I imagine if my name pops up, I'm pretty sure it'll. Because if the media hear it, so I imagine I'll hear about it here.
Okay, Henry.
What's Vermont's reason to stand firm?
I don't know.
You said they already have a reason, so I'm curious as to what that reason is.
Well, I don't know. I'm common sense, I guess. I'm sure that at this point they want to give themselves a pat on the back, but frankly they don't deserve one, so that's their reason. If they were being honest with themselves, they would know they couldn't give themselves a pat on the back for that.
They're going to say, hey, if Israel was being honest with himself, he would just tell you guys and move this thing along. That's, their reaction to it.
I'm probably more honest with myself than anybody else.
You're just looking to hide, are you looking to hide the information? Is that what I'm getting there?
Yeah.
Like, you're looking just to hide it?
Well, I
Because it's
mean,
different.
look, I'll get it to you, especially if there's something in it for me, but
Well, it's
it'd be
good.
better if my name wasn't attached to it from here till eternity or whatever.
And we've told you before, we don't have a problem with that. We've demonstrated repeatedly that we have the ability to greatly influence that.
Right. No, I for now, yeah, I agree with you. I mean, yeah, I think we can keep. I think I could probably tell you everything today, and since being the case that it is, I'm sure we could probably keep stuff under wraps for what, a year, 2 years, whatever. I'm not worried about that.
So then what's
Ready to go.
What's the deal?
I'm worried about after that. Eventually, my name is gonna be attached to it. So, if there's a way that I can protect myself from that and still get you guys what you need, then I'm gonna do it. I already look. I don't need to be punished for these other things that I haven't talked to you about yet because. All these other they're not gonna. They can't prosecute a dead man. So it's like what.
Right, but do you think anyone's
Oh,
going to really?
there it is
do you think
again,
Vermont
Celia.
Say Vermont charges you for the courage. Do you think they're really going to give you the death penalty, knowing that there's more things out there? Do you think they're going to say, let's
Right.
just
So
move
see,
forward?
I know.
You're in a
I get your point
catch-22, my
exactly.
friend.
I already fucked up. So.
You're in a catch-22, and we're offering you, we're offering you what is, I think, your best bet. That's your call, buddy. But you're in a catch-22 because Vermont U.S. Attorney's Office, Vermont State isn't going to rush forward and give you what you want, knowing that there's more information. out there.
Yeah, right. They can't give me what I want anyway.
Well, they could charge you federally in Vermont with the carjacking resulting in careers. They haven't done that.
He knew it. I bet he said it already 75 times.
Right.
Coordinated. They're not going to rush out there and give you some sentence, whatever it may be, while there's still information out there about unsolved crimes.
I'm just saying, if that was me, I'm sorry, I'd have threw his ass in the hole somewhere. I couldn't have tolerated it no more. If it was me, I'm just saying, he is playing them like a fiddle. I mean, they know, but they keep trying everything that they can because they got him on Samantha, but they're trying everything they can to get all the others, right? And they're at his mercy. I mean, it's no two ways about it. They do need him. Nobody wants to admit that, but I'm telling you, they need him. And he knows it. And so he's going to take this and ride it out for all it's worth. And he's going to manipulate the shit out of them. And that's exactly what he's doing with his little tactics. But he is getting nervous. He does feel like he's losing control. Let's see. Yeah, I wouldn't have the patience. I done threw him in that hole, honey. That would have done happened. I would have took all of his clothes. I would have took everything from him, and he would have just sat there and had to think on that concrete. I'm just saying.
We're offering what I think, so that's your catch-22. I wanted to make sure you understood that, right?
No, I get it.
And we're trying to work on the timing, the control of the media, you control how the story comes out. This is your opportunity. You control the story, you control the timing, you control the media.
They know he likes to control, and so they're trying to talk.
The other alternative B is
he has to control.
Whatever, possibly, you don't control any of the rest of the stuff. You may be right, they never get it, but then they're not going to just move forward knowing with the unknown. The middle ground, I think, is what you suggested at the end. You give me a name, I write it down, we have lunch and a cigar, and we all meet again whenever you want to meet again. And you're not going to hear anything about it between now and then.
No, I'm not considering it.
Is Washington a better state?
No.
Oh, Joanne, yeah,
No,
his wife. I mean, he gave plenty of. He said it about 75 times in here. He gave the hints. There's no doubt about that.
Whatever, we tackle one thing at a time, but I don't want to go in.
Plenty of red flags.
New York trip anymore until I find out what's going on with this other stuff. And yeah, I'm also a little concerned about what they say tomorrow. It'll be interesting to see what, if anything comes out, if they're able to resist the temptation.
Do you want to have any control over it?
I don't have any control on it. I could tell you everything today. I mean, they could still say whatever they want. I mean,
Yeah, in theory, that's possible. Do you think they would? Do you think that if
I have no idea.
do you think if I go to them, call them after we get done meeting and say, you know, piece of information, you got a name, I'm going to tell them what it is, but he's living up to his end of it, do you think they're really going to?
My suspicion is that no, they wouldn't say anything about it if you told them not to. But I'm just saying, from a realistic point of view, there's no guarantee.
There's no guarantee. I agree with you. Look, there's no guarantees. We don't know what the media is sniffing around and what they know. We can't guarantee that. We've never been talking about guarantees here. We're just working with the best we can do.
Yeah, I know.
And we've done it.
And once we go creep towards Plan B, Plan A will be more difficult to get back on.
Well, that's not really my call. That's more your call.
We respectfully disagree.
Yeah.
We think it's your call. I can't do anything with the name. Other than buy the goodwill of the other people who can say, who's continuing to pump, and we're getting a little bit, we're moving in the right direction, we're going to stay on Plan A.
All right, I
Other
was
than that-
trying to look. He's picking at the cup now, and he's
They're not
getting a
going
little
to find it.
fidgety.
They're not going to find the body from what you told us.
No, I'm not worried about it.
If you're not worried about it, it sounds like you have nothing to lose.
Well, by doing, I'm not. It's true, the name doesn't give you the body.
Yeah,
But
other
there's a
than
lot of other things.
I'm asking you for the most minimal thing that I think keeps us going in the right direction. We can meet again next week.
Yeah,
That's fine.
like I said, I already told you guys today. I'm gonna get me out on that. Nothing has changed since last meeting on my end. I don't have any new information. Nothing has happened that I wanted to happen. So
Okay, we're just asking you from our perspective, it's something we need to do on the other crimes. We've done it, and from our perspective, I'm talking to you about other crimes, we're standing still and sliding backwards, and it's kind of, as I said, let's just call it depressing and frustrating. But that's what about other crimes. You make your decisions. We told you what we thought could help today. I told you that.
yeah, sure. Help somebody.
I think it would help you.
No, it won't.
Stand with him. It's the catch.
Not in the long run.
You're in a catch-22 about that.
Yeah, I know. But that doesn't mean I'm not going to try and manage it.
And we're giving you the managed approach right now.
Yeah, there's just too many unanswered questions right now.
Sorry. Well, in the interest of, not wasting everybody's time and stuff, you said you wanted to meet late next week. Do you want to pick a day right now, Thursday, Friday? Both days are late next week. Do you have a preference?
No, shouldn't matter.
Week from today, Thursday?
It's not like he's going anywhere.
All right, hang tight, Israel. I'll be back.
All right, y'all, watch this. This is the interrogation with the lady and the man. Some of y'all wasn't in here today.
Morning, Israel.
Morning.
I think this is
How
her.
See you better days, all right? Sit around. We're gonna do our normal advisement.
I have to read your rights. First thing I want to ask you is you didn't interrupt anything over at the jail today, man. No meeting with Julie or anything. You have the right to remain silent, you understand that, Israel?
Yeah.
Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law, you understand that?
Yep.
You have the right to talk to a lawyer and have him present with you while you're being questioned, you understand that?
Yep.
If you cannot afford to hire a lawyer, one will be appointed to represent you before any questioning if you wish, you understand that?
Yep.
You can decide any time to exercise these rights and not answer any questions or make any statements, you understand that?
Yes.
Okay. Also, I understand that you have standby counsel for crimes other than Koenig, Mr. Kurtner, and Ms. Welsh, and possibly Mr. Lorena. Would you like any of those here today? No. Okay. And we're not here to talk to you about the Koenig case, just crimes other than that. Okay?
Yep.
Okay, I think they had some things to discuss with you. Obviously, they wanted to chat with you about some things, and then I wanted to kind of talk to you about where we are on the Vermont thing.
Yeah, I didn't, they wouldn't let me bring my copy of the letter, so there's definitely some things we need to go over.
Okay, well, I've got a copy.
Who wouldn't let you? Jail?
Yeah, I
Okay.
don't like it.
Leave with
Carry stuff around with me.
If you guys want to chat about what you need to chat about, I can create a letter.
Create a paper cut?
You need to mark up the letters. That would sort of like you have some requests on it.
No, we can just go through it.
Okay.
I already went through it, so I can.
So you have the letter here somewhere.
You can make an extra copy if you need to.
Yeah.
I just wanted to let you know, I know you weren't real concerned about the boat, but I told you when you left last time that I would give you a list of what was actually taken from the boat.
All right.
And what they do is they print out a receipt. They don't have the actual receipt. This is just an internal document that I can show you on here. What they took, total of 19 items. Some of those are swabs. They're not actual things.
Right.
So, unknown materials, these I'm assuming were like pieces of thing, or like stains that made with blood or something like that they shipped us and stuff, because that's based on where they were taken, from the Edmonton area. Fibers and fragments, same kind of thing. I don't know what that is. Ask about that ball of unknown material. My guess is
They
it's
don't know what
probably
it is
here.
either.
Hopefully that will know.
That's why I call it a ball of unknown material. Maybe you could shed some light on that if you know.
You know what the ball of unknown material
I'd
is?
have to see it.
They had possible bone fragment and other material twice. Down here, 2 different things were taken. There, rope, anchors with a line, other rope, a swab, and that swab was taken from seat cushion. Screws, these were all in the back area by the carpeting, or in that area back by the motor. There's hair as well. More swabs,
Yeah.
same kind of thing. This was that piece of carpeted wood by the trim that they took in the build pump stuff as well. More rope, and they took the cable ties. I think they had already probably had these before we had talked last time, so those were already.
All right.
So that's what they took, and then eventually I'll get an actual receipt paper if you want that, you can have it. Questions about any of this?
No.
Okay.
I'll make a copy of this.
Okay.
So we mark it up.
Okay.
So while she's making a copy, anything you want to discuss generally?
Any what?
Anything you want to discuss generally about the letter, or about any concerns you have?
Well, one of my main concerns right now is trying to get a handle on what the process is going to be. If this goes to CCU, they approve one or all my cases for the death penalty. It comes back, and then my understanding at this point is it goes to a judge, and they decide, make a decision as to whether or not to pursue it from there?
Again, like I said, I can't give you legal advice, but here's my understanding of the process. In terms of the notice itself, it gets filed, all right, with the court.
Right.
After it gets filed with the court, then, obviously you're free to plead guilty in your main case or go to trial, or the Courier case, whatever you want.
Right.
And then, let's assume we're talking about the Courier case, there would be a sentencing set. And at the sentencing, I think there would be, either, like I said, there's an option to both sides agree to do a judge sentencing or a jury sentencing. And then that would go to that, and then ultimately the jury or the judge is the one who would have to impose the death penalty
Right.
or life in prison.
Okay, so it goes to the judge or the jury, the sentencing, either one. At the sentencing, it's a public hearing.
Yes.
Either way, it has to be a public hearing.
I think, yeah, I mean, most of it, now there's exceptions for public hearings where we conceal parts of them. And part of the, the methods we've used to kind of close portions of sentencings in the past is to apprise the court of cooperation efforts on behalf of the...
So let me ask y'all, I'm just sitting here thinking off the top of my head and listening to this. I mean, is these more mind games? What kind of serial killer does the things that he does to all of these people? Listen, he had no MO. It was men, women, couples, teenagers, the last one being an 18-year-old. This is how he was caught at her first job. She was doing absolutely nothing wrong. He come up on her at a coffee shop. And take the victim to his house, his home where he lived. Okay? You don't shit where you eat, but he did. He got mighty brazen. He didn't have an MO. This is why he was not caught for decades. But he decided this time he wanted to take Samantha to his home. Okay? But he's sitting here now and he don't want things to be public, and it's almost like he wants things sealed because he does want to protect his daughter. What kind of maniac are we dealing with here? Yeah, he's a psychopath for sure. I mean, this is off the chain, y'all. I'm just pointing that out. He is definitely a manipulator, a controller, a narcissist, a psychopath, and probably some in between. Just pointing that out.
If we've got a legitimate law enforcement basis to close the public out, we can do that. Now, in order to do that, we have to, get approval from main justice. But, it's happened in the past. It's happened virtually in every case that I've had cooperators. And usually they don't want their cooperation known because it could endanger them.
Right.
They certainly don't want
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, my concern is, like I said from the beginning, there's certain aspects of the things that I've done that I would prefer never became public. And from what I've been hearing lately, at something as serious as the death penalty hearing, they want to review all of the evidence before they make a decision, whether it's
You
a
said
jury
they,
or
you
a
mean
judge.
jury.
Jury or a judge. And obviously, in everything we've discussed, there's a lot of that. I mean, if they're going to review all the evidence, then that's primarily going to be interviews that we've done, in which that information is going to be in that evidence. And so if it's a public hearing, it's going to be, all that's going to become public, and that's exactly what I didn't want from the beginning. You know,
Well, then maybe you shouldn't have
certain
did
aspects
this.
of this that, you know, yeah, there's no way around it, but, you know, as far as different things that were done with the bodies and the sexual assault stuff, that type of stuff, I just don't, I don't see, you know, if that has to be part of the hearing, then I would, we gotta figure out something different. I don't know.
Thomas, welcome in, welcome
two
in.
possible solutions I've been thinking about, if it gets to that point. You know, one with respect to stuff that you're working with us on, like, you know, other crimes, other, you know, bodies, and they're still investigating to corroborate your confessions for those murders. You know, we can certainly seek approval to close that part of the sentencing, to the extent you're talking about those. All right, now, I don't know whether or not, no guarantees, whether or not Maine Justice would grant that. The second portion of it is, you know, we control the evidence that we present. So the government's got to present the evidence. And, you know, maybe there's some way to kind of address both of our concerns here by circumscribing, by limiting the amount of stuff that's introduced into the court today. So I've been toying with that idea. Now, obviously, there's a catch-22 to that, right?
Right.
The worse things, you know, appear to the jury or the judge, the more likely it is you're going to get what you want.
Right.
In the context of the Courier case. Right? Thanks. But I think that there is maybe a way around that. But in order to kind of get around that, what we have to do is we'd have to have at least the basic information on all of the murders you committed. So basically, it's not like, hey, you know, we're sort of going with quantity rather than quality of the murders. And if we can corroborate those, you know, I think there may be a way to kind of get you what you want, but also, you know, obviously we get what we want then too. That would have to be part of the negotiation. Now, these are just thoughts I've had, but...
Right. Here's the problem with that scenario is, like you said, I might get what I want. You definitely get what you want.
Well, I mean, look, you know, I think you said it before in other contexts of, you know, if people hear the things you've done, you know, I don't think any jury would have any doubts about what they do. Now, I can't promise what a jury is going to do. I can never do that.
Right, but that was me operating under the maybe somewhat naive assumption that as long as I was giving you all this information, there was no reason for it to become public. Whereas if I already know that if you go out and you find out this stuff on your own, then all kinds of stuff becomes public.
Well, maybe all kinds of stuff. I mean, it would have to be a numbers thing. I mean, right now, the way we're going now, you know, let's assume we don't ever strike a deal on the Courier thing. You know, yeah, then I think it does become public, some of this stuff. Then we're forced to kind of go your way, and you're forced to go, you know, your own way. We've got to go our separate ways, and we've got to, you know, try our cases. I understand that. You know, I think now is the time to sort of strike a deal that would encompass all your activity. And then part of that, broker some deal about, you know, what we can introduce and what we can't.
Well, this is another problem. This is why I was pushing for, you know, a different type of meeting this week. But you know, obviously there's other things going on that I don't even know what's going on. So,
There's
and I know we
other-
can't talk about
Yeah,
it, but that's an issue for me, so.
about other things that are going on in the
Right.
process, yeah.
And I don't know what's going on, so.
Yeah, I mean, you know, obviously I can't help you with that, that's between you and
No, I
the
know,
attorneys.
and that's a problem, so, I don't know what else to say about it other than that. But in regards to the courier thing, I went through that letter several times, and there's nothing, first of all, I was pretty ticked off just thinking back about the way things played out with the whole Vermont thing in general. I remember specifically before we even had, before I gave you the location of that house or anything, I was like, I'll give you the location of this house, but I don't want the locals involved. I don't want, I didn't see any reason to bring anyone back there in that area into the fold, so to speak, as to what was going on, because they didn't have any clue anyway. Next thing I know, there's like articles in the paper, like this big dig site going on. There was a lot more discreet ways to handle it. So you got your information, they went right away to the lead investigator on the case, and my name got leaked out somehow way back then, and then, months later, you dig and you dig, you never find anything aside from what I gave you in the first place, and then my name's attached to it anyway.
Let me tell you a little bit about, at least my perception of how things work there. And I'll tell you a little bit about the realities of law enforcement. If the FBI just kind of went in there and simply said, like gangbusters, hey, locals, you stay out of it, we're handling this, we're not telling you what's going on, that would be a political nightmare for them, okay? Given that they had the information and another agency was investigating. They couldn't do it. I think we've talked about that numerous times since then, that Vermont was a test case. And, I think we've learned a lot from Vermont, and we understood that the way that was handled back then, we'd have to avoid in the future to keep both sides happy if we were going to get continued information. That's the whole reason that we initially came up with, this letter, is to handle it a little bit differently and get Vermont to sort of get on board with us. So, we're successful in getting the letter. Obviously, some things happened that, we were disappointed with too, about your name getting leaked out.
Yeah, we're not happy about the way that was handled either.
In fact, there was a rift between us and Vermont for a while, and we weren't giving them information because of the fact we heard that it got leaked. And so we were, angry at them. We had like a video conference session with all the investigators from Vermont and all the prosecutors from Vermont and us, and kind of hashed things out and said, obviously there's been some problems. They agreed that, look, they're on board with us. They've obviously got to consider the needs of the family, but I think we hashed things out, and things have worked much better, especially like recently. To be able to control that press conference on the couriers in light of the possible settlement of other crimes, I think was a pretty remarkable feat that we were able to accomplish. But what I'm trying to do here is, all right, obviously we can go with this. That was the way to kind of, where they even said in this initial letter that they would defer to us as to what charging would happen. And that was a way to kind of put the lid on things and kind of keep going quietly. All right, I understand you can go with this. So, what we're trying to do now is just simply revisit that another way. Obviously, that opportunity's passed us by, but there's still this opportunity on the table. And, I think the longer we wait on it, the more problematic it becomes, because I've been avoiding calling Vermont since, this week. I've just basically said, hey, he's obviously getting some advice on the letter, and I haven't heard from them since Monday or Tuesday, and I haven't called them, because I know the next question is going to be, all right, where are we on the letter, because we have to do something. So, this letter is an effort to try to keep everybody in line, keep Vermont in line, get you, to some extent, what you want, and get us what we want. I know
It
this-
doesn't get me anything I want. It doesn't get me anything that I'm not going to get anyway. You just said Vermont is chomping at the bit now. They want to see me indicted for this.
in their
So-
jurisdiction.
Whatever. I mean, the whole deal originally was that I would be charged federally with it, and now you're ready to just hand it over to them and let them charge me. So I don't care. If they want to charge me, it's pretty clear at this point I'm not going to get what I want, at least not, I'm not going to get a straight answer on what I want, and I apparently I misunderstood the way the whole process works from the beginning, so all the information that I've given you now is probably going to get out anyway, so whatever. I mean,
First, there's a way to kind of avoid that right now, and that's what we're working with you on, that's why we're negotiating with you. But in terms of letting them, have the case, that's not really our intention, but what it is the reality of the situation is, they understand that, when they initially were involved, that you were cooperating, then you decided to slow it down. And, right now,
I mean, he's making everything about what he wants. It's all about him. What he wants. Me, me, me. He's trying to negotiate. He's trying to control. He's making everything in that interrogation about himself and his desires and what he wants. Him, me. Power. This power he thinks he has is equaling this air he's breathing, this oxygen he's spitting out, right? He wants all the control. He wants all the leverage. Here we are over a month into this, and this is what's going on with him. I would have done threw away the key by now. That's just me. He's trying to turn this into a whole business deal. This is not some car lot, dude. You're trying to sell some cars. Hey, Cinderella. Hello. Welcome in. He is a psychopath, or he was. I have to say was, because he is no longer here on this earth, right? Because he was a coward. He wants something in exchange. And he wants attention, and he hates being told what to do. He don't like it. And he don't like it. He's getting irritated. He gets dismissive. He gets all those things. You can tell his body language changes. He's using his narcissism, in my opinion. He ran to Alabama to avoid prosecution with his family. No, his family didn't have anything to do with him. Once he was caught, he was done. He was done. They caught him in Texas. That's where they caught him at. But he is trying to control the whole situation. That's exactly what he's trying to do. His Alabama is connected to him, but it's not through his family. That's where he did travel to there, and they think there are, they try to connect him to some killings there. I mean, we're not going to sugarcoat it now. We're way too deep into this to start sugarcoating now. But his known trips with his family, They were like through Washington and Arizona, New Mexico, Texas, and those places, Vermont. But his family had nothing to do with it. He passed through Alabama alone. And remember, he hid all of those kill pail buckets or whatever they were that he made. Was it possible that he was going back to get that, or that he did go back to get that and do something? He didn't do that with his family. But I'm going to tell you, people do speculate about Alabama because they speculate because he did spend time there. He spent time there in Mississippi. He spent time in Louisiana and in Texas. And some unidentified cases that are not tied to him was in Alabama that did match the time frame that he passed through. That's where Alabama comes in. So, but yeah, it's just wild. It's this man, I mean, look at him. His head is all tilted. It's just wild. It is wild. And then he took the coward's way out, which we'll get to that.
Now they can charge you and put pressure on the feds to give over the evidence. And that's the reality of the situation. Yet, can we sit there and say, no, Vermont, not giving you whatever evidence we uncovered with respect to, the couriers? Yeah, it's conceivable, but for the people who make the decisions and how this would blow back on them, realistically, they couldn't do that. They couldn't, they would put political pressure on saying, hey, the FBI is holding back evidence in this double murder and we can't prosecute this guy because they're not playing fair. That's the reality of the situation, and it's the situation we're trying to avoid in other jurisdictions. I mean, we're trying to do that, but we're it's like herding cats at this point. And I think if we go in there with an agreement to other jurisdictions and simply say, all right, look, he's cooperating. We need your assurances that you're not going to do these things that if Vermont still has the option of doing, I think we're a lot better off. And your desire for discretion on some of these things about what comes out in court, we can negotiate with those things, and we can try to figure out, strike a balance where you would get what you want, but we get what we want.
See, they're negotiating with him because they need him. They need the information, and he is the only person who had that information. He's the only one. And he knows that. He's got them over a barrel right now. And this is so important to understand, and that's why they're being so their hospitality is so good towards him and everything. They're trying to build a rapport with him. But it's extremely important to understand this because they want this information so badly. So yeah, they are negotiating with him. But this man right here that you're seeing, it's important to see this because he's a tough cookie to crack. Hospitable. Yeah, I just couldn't get it out a while ago. Hospitable. But he's hard to crack. He's not here in prison. He don't care. He didn't fear death. He didn't care about all that. God, he's already said he's going to off himself without saying he's going to off himself so many times. He just didn't want things to be public for his daughter, which Thank God, but it makes absolutely no sense. He's just, well, it does because, like Annabella said, he is a psychopath. Yeah, he went to Florida. He sure did. There's unsolved cases here, and some of those he will he he took all that with him. There's some unsolved cases here, you know. There's some unsolved cases here, but you know, I don't know. But he used this information. He used it just like he was trading underwear or money or donuts or I don't know. But see what the police was doing, they was trying to save other victims. They were trying to, you know, get one information that they could. They needed him. They needed him to reveal all his travel patterns, his plans, what states he went to. They needed all that information. And they were just trying to buy time. That's what they were trying to do. They were trying to buy time. Was it the best tactic? I don't know. I don't know if it was or not. But that's what they were trying to do. The FBI, they wasn't negotiating because he had power. That's not why they were negotiating. He was just a map to the crimes. If you think about it, he was just a map to the crimes that he committed. And they needed information. So, yeah. So.
I mean, are there any guarantees on what a jury does? No. Can I tell you what the judge is going to do? No, but that's the nature of
Exactly.
the work. I mean, that's, that's just the way, the law works. I can't, even, couldn't guarantee any jury, no matter how strong the evidence, what they do with it.
Oh, I know.
But
That's
all I can tell
obviously
you,
the biggest issue of all.
but the more compelling, I can tell you, in my experience, the more compelling the case is for the jury, the more likely it is, the stronger the evidence, the more likely it is that you get a favorable verdict. So, you can go, before the jury in the Curry's case and say, yeah, you killed these two people, and that would be the evidence. But at sentencing, you make a much more compelling case if, you say, all right, there's also 8 other people that you killed, and you provided evidence on those, and by virtue of the agreement, we would be circumscribed from telling the jury about that. I mean, that's one way to handle it. I think the problem is you're sort of between a rock and a hard place. You don't want to give the jury all the information because
I don't care if the jury has the information. I just didn't want it all over the media.
all over the public.
Right.
Well, I mean, that goes back to sort of the
But
first.
apparently that's not possible. So can I see that letter?
Yeah.
There's something else in there I want to go over.
I think like I said, there are law enforcement exceptions to keep things sealed and from the public if we're still investigating it. We just need to get approval of it. And that's something we can put in that letter, that we seek approval from Maine Justice to keep things.
And in this, and I'm pretty sure in this letter, all we're asking for on anything else is who and where.
The details.
Yeah, I know. I see that.
So you get to you control that information by telling us just that.
Right. But problem is with some of that, it's going to give you more than enough that if this doesn't work out in my favor, you're going to keep playing connect the dots, and I'm going to keep getting bounced around from one jurisdiction to the next.
It doesn't happen with this.
No, it says, prior to any plea agreement, I provide the total number of victims, jurisdictions, which in turn is going to give you.
These are all part of his games right here.
Or even specific locations, it just gives us a jurisdiction.
That's just so we can get their agreement. That's why that's all we're asking for before that. It's purposely set up that way to protect you.
Right, but the problem is I already know that you know where I've been for the last few years, so it's not.
So you're not giving up anything?
So you're right, that's not a lot of new information.
He
You might just
knows,
corroborate.
they know where he's
And it
been the
gives us
last
the
few
ability to
years.
go to them and get them on board. Or walk away if they're not willing to get on board.
What I see happening with this is that you're wanting more information up front. I still have no idea what's going to happen with the information I've already given you. And admittedly, you don't know what's going to happen with the information I've already given you.
Except that in that letter, if you don't get what you want, that's when the information stops, right?
Yeah, it's
It stops
conditioned,
until you start finding stuff.
well, it's conditioned on at least the Attorney General coming back and saying, hey, we're gonna seek what you want, right? I mean, look, you've identified, some issues that you're concerned about, but, I don't think there's anything you can't overcome here. There's no reason to get sort of frustrated about things. It's, we can work it all out. You just identify.
Oh, I
some
know,
real
we can work it
concerns.
all out. I just don't see what the big time crunch is, that you want all this information right now, and I still don't know what's gonna happen.
Hell, it's
With
been
the stuff
over
that
a
you
month
know
of
they want.
interrogations. What does he mean,
Well, I
time
think the
crunch?
problem is, we need that information to kind of
Big
keep
time crunch.
Vermont on board rather than have Vermont go public, and once Vermont goes public.
Vermont already went public,
Yeah, but it
essentially.
didn't really get picked up. They have one reporter who had inside information. She didn't share her sources, as far as I know. Clearly, the other stations didn't feel comfortable linking it to you. Certainly, they were calling and trying to get
Even up here,
confirmation.
they added that disclosure. They couldn't.
Yeah.
They couldn't confirm it locally. So that all they did was run what
Right.
they had.
No, I get that, but I mean, you've already said whether I'm charged with this federally or locally in Vermont, I'm gonna be charged with it, and soon, right?
That's their plan.
That's what they want.
That's what they want, and that's what we're trying to kind of avoid, at least, because you said you didn't want to get dragged back to Vermont.
So I don't see how they can do that anyway when I'm still facing charges here.
They'll drag you back eventually. I mean, what they do is, and what's happened in other cases, is they lodge the detainer, you finish up here, then you go to Vermont, maybe then they lend you out to the state court there, and that goes through the process, which is what you said you didn't want. And that's where we're headed.
And the other thing is, Roland, and I know you know this, is that the way typical law enforcement investigation would work on this, you have to admit that the way this, I know this seems slow to you, that this process has taken a long time, but for us and the people that are in charge of us, what they want, they know that there's potentially up to 10 or 11 victims. So there's 7 or 8 that we don't know where they're at and those kind of things. So what we're getting the pressure to do is find those other people. And so what you don't want us to do is to use conventional police methods to do it. And that
You're already using conventional.
We're not. We haven't gone to
Media,
We haven't gone to local media places and said, Israel Keys was here on April 10th of 2009. He committed this Tupper Lake bank robbery. He killed somebody in this area, and they're buried here, and we need the public's help in finding out if they saw him or his vehicle, and this was the vehicle, and this is the license plate number. That's what a typical police investigation would do. We know you don't want that, because the first one of those that we put out gets on.
You don't want
the
that
Today Show.
either.
You're right. You're right. We don't, because we want this cooperation that we have, and that's what.
He
that's why
told
we
them
did
they
the
don't
win.
want that
The
either.
pressure is
What?
getting increasingly with Vermont. We're getting calls from Vermont also.
since they ran their story. The colonel of the state police there is getting calls from other families in that area who now think Israel Keys could have killed their family members because he killed somebody else there. And so that's what we're looking, that's what's going to happen in every state if we use conventional police methods. And we want to keep it as quiet as you do because we want the information from you, because we know it would be the most accurate. I mean, that's just the reality of it. I mean, I know you know that.
No, I know, but you know as well as I do that you put my name and face out there and dates out there all you want, but we're talking about stuff that's happened at least 2 years ago now.
I know, I realize that, but that's the only other way we can do it, right?
I don't know, but I'm just saying that I'm getting a little bit ticked off at what's happening with the information
Here
that I've
we
already
go.
given you know, and I see no reason at this point to keep giving you more information because I don't know what's going to happen with that. Once they have it, these different jurisdictions, it's their information. Yeah, I understand that, but then I lose it. And you guys, and then Vermont, New York, whoever.
He's trying to hold
they do
that
whatever they want
power.
with it, and like I say, the whole process
That
is.
control.
I'm getting a little bored with it. So
I mean, you're, annoyed with that, with the way that was handled. Quite frankly, I'm annoyed with you, because you had in your power a way to stop it right here. And I came up with this plan, and you could have done it. And if you did it, we wouldn't have had the problem in Vermont last week, because we would have had the authority to say.
they had already leaked my name to the
Yeah, but
press
they
at
had
the time
nothing
that
else.
letter was out.
They had nothing else. And, they leaked it, but they had absolutely zero until they had the corroboration of the press conference, which, by virtue of this letter, we would have had more sway into telling them, no, you can't do that because he's cooperating, and here's what he's already done, and he's lived up to his end of the bargain. So that's the reality of the situation. You blame us for the situation. I'm
I
blaming
do
you.
blame you. I told you from the get-go, before I told you where the freaking bodies were left, I told you that I didn't want the locals involved. And the first thing you do is make a big scene, do a big freaking archaeological dig right alongside the main road.
I mean, come on, you've agreed in the past, if we're being honest here, that we've handled that situation as quietly as possible. To whatever extent we could, we shut people's mouths, and the only problem was probably one cop that didn't get the message early on, and that was it. Because
No, I think
since
you
then-
need to back up to your recordings. Because I remember the conversation. I said I didn't want the locals involved in it. And I know now I talked to the guy. I talked to the lead investigator. Not only did you involve him in that, but you took him to New York to dig up the guns. You had him involved from the very get-go.
Well, the only reason that guy.
And see, the reason he didn't want an attorney, he didn't ever ask for an attorney, because he knew an attorney would shut this down. Actually, the officers are having a field day with this, honestly. But he knew that the attorneys would shut this down, and he loves all the attention. He loves the control he thinks he has, and he loves jerking them officers around. That's my opinion.
I was involved in the conversation is we were sort of planning on going with this at the time, if you remember. Okay, and that was sort of by your
You went and
consent.
got the guns before that letter was written.
Yeah, we were trying to, that lead investigator, like I said, politically, and maybe, the FBI can explain it to you, you can't just simply walk in there and say,
Well, you
"Where's the
told me you
fence?"
could.
I don't think we did.
Back up to recordings.
Yeah. I'll go look at it and I'll listen to it, and I'd be happy to kind of share it, but I think what we said was the FBI would lead and handle the case, and that's what's happened.
No, you said you would control it.
Yeah, and to whatever extent we could, we did. In fact,
All right, and
there
I'm
was
saying I'm
nothing.
not happy with the extent that you've controlled it. You haven't controlled it at all.
And we realize that. We can see that. We're not happy either. We're
Look, I know it was more than one thing that caused the whole thing to get out of control. I know that if the house had just still been there and it all just been neat and wrapped up in a couple days without doing a freaking landfill dig, yeah, it would have made it easier, but that's not, the fact is there are different things that happen the way they happen. And now I don't know what's going to happen with all this information I'm giving you. And you know I'm not just talking about the couriers.
Well, that's why we're here negotiating with you. You know, look, you have stuff you want, we have stuff we want. Yeah, can we promise you absolutes? No.
I know that.
Just like you can't promise us absolutes that we're going to find these people. So who knows whether or not we'll ever be able to kind of, give closure to their families. I mean, it's up in the air for us too. We're just both doing our best to try to come to some sort of resolution. Yeah, it's not ideal. We have different interests, but I think there's a way to meet those in the middle that will avoid a lot of the things that you don't want, and at least try to get us started on the things that we want. No guarantees from our end either.
We have the ability to control it better now. I told you the other day, back in April when you told us about the couriers, we had no idea what we were dealing with. We didn't know there were 7 or 8 more bodies. We didn't know a lot. And we have the ability now to control it better.
Had we known that back then and were able to communicate that to the people in Vermont, I don't think the leak would have happened, because I think that person would have realized that the gravity of the situation. I don't think that they did. I think they thought the end of it was their case. That was the only one that mattered to them. And clearly it wasn't, and I'm sure that person...
Well, that's fine. What's done is done. I'm just saying, from right now, from my perspective, this letter doesn't offer me anything. I know that, you have pressure on you to find these other people, but frankly, they'll keep. And I still don't know, like I said, what's going to happen with this information I gave you on day one.
Well, let's talk about it.
I would love to, but unfortunately, other parties chose not to be here. So,
I mean, look, in your discussion of other crimes, I know we mention this to you all the time, that, you can have counsel present for these discussions of other crimes. I know we pay lip service to it, but, you were in Judge Beisland's courtroom when we did this whole thing.
I don't have any problem.
You basically said, if you want to stop talking and you want to kind of invite counsel here, then you have to...
So, for those who don't know, Vermont is where he killed the couple, Bill and Lorraine Courier, and that's where you keep hearing the couriers out of his mouth. That was the couple. Again, he didn't care if it was a couple. He didn't care if it was an older man, an older woman, a younger girl. He did not care. He did not have a preference, and he did not have an MO. But this happened in what they're talking about with this couple was in Vermont in 2011. And, all this stuff. So in case you didn't know. But he also had buried a lot of kill kits over in Vermont over the years. He used to go there an awful lot. And in them kits, he had the guns, the ammos that goes to the guns. He had, duct tape. He had money. He had tools and all the things you would need for this type of stuff. And he had Vermont. The key to Vermont was it showed his extreme planning in all of these things, even across the country. And so they were real gung-ho on that. So just saying.
You can invite them and they have to come.
Look, I don't have any problem speaking for myself. The problems I have is with the legal procedure as to what happens with this stuff in the courts. I already know what happens with it on the ground. I'm just saying I don't know what happens with all this information like that whole thing about the whole investigation and interviews being made public.
Oh,
for
and the
sentencing.
couriers were never
I did
finished.
not know that. I was led to believe that if I gave you information, then we controlled all that information.
You still have an opportunity to control that information. And, agreements can be struck, but they have to be struck now in advance, because if we get too far down the line, here's what's going to happen. Like I said, we identified Vermont as, a problem because that was, happened at a time we didn't know what we were dealing with. I wrote that on that flip pad I showed you a while ago. Vermont, we got to deal with Vermont. I know it's going to be a problem. All right, now I know it's to the point where, yeah, it's a reality that it's going to be a problem. If we take control of the situation, I think we can avoid that problem. You can then negotiate what the extent of what you tell us. And to some extent, what comes out in court. But we've got to talk about it, and we've got to kind of go forward, because what's going to happen here is that, let's assume we don't strike any deal. I mean, here's what I see happening. And again, I saw this months ago, and I'm just going to tell you in the future what's going to happen is they're going to go ahead and say, all right, well, he doesn't want to enter into a global settlement on the other crimes. We're going to go ahead and charge him. Okay, once they charge him, it doesn't become. Once they charge you, it doesn't become one reporter saying Israel Pease did this. It becomes, all right, the government saying he did this. And then that becomes sort of a national.
And this couple was 49 and 59 years
people traveling
old.
around the country,
No,
killing people. Where else have you
49
been?
and she was
What kind of
55,
shows can
he
we
was
do? And then that in turn puts pressure on
49.
the local FBI. All right, they're going to come to Jolene and say, all right, well, what did you do? What have you done to kind of make sure you've investigated all those crimes? Oh, you didn't put media out? You're sitting there talking to Israel Pease, you're trusting him, and you didn't do the necessary things that we see fit. That's exactly what's going to happen. And they're going to say, you go do it. And it's not going to be up to Jeff Bell or Jolene Gogan or Frank Russo or Kevin Phelps.
Like I say, if they think that's going to help, then they're idiots, because, like I say, I've given you all the information that first of all, no media exposure, even if I hadn't given you all the stuff on the more recent ones, would have helped. I don't think it would have helped. I don't know.
It maybe wouldn't help, but it get your name out there and it's something connected with things, which is what you
Right,
don't
that's
want.
why I gave you that information. But, now you're talking about wanting to put my name in the media, which is the one thing I didn't want from
We
you.
don't-
So,
we
run the
don't
film
want to do
once
that.
here. But it's going to happen, is what you're saying.
I'm concerned it's going to happen. That's my concern as I look forward.
If we
don't
can't
have some agreement.
if we can't get another avenue for doing it, I don't see that I don't see that we have any other choice on how to investigate it. I mean,
Yeah, you could just hold off until I see what happens with the information I've already given you, and then we still have an open line of communication. If you do that, I have what incentive do I have if you after all the information I've given you, you run to the media and put all this crap out there for my family and everybody else to see.
Okay, y'all got to remember too, well, he lived his whole life in the shadows, even when he was a kid, even when he was growing up. Okay, he lived his entire life in the shadows, so he did not want any exposure, unlike anybody else who does this for fame or whatever. He claimed that's not what he wanted. He didn't want the exposure. He wanted to stay in his secret little world and for it to continue on to be a secret even after his death. He tried to negotiate with them to seal up everything. He wanted it sealed. He wanted everything sealed. He didn't want his daughter also to grow up knowing who he really was and make that make sense, which I'm thankful she'll never know who he really was. She might know bits and pieces, and she's going to be terrified and traumatized and all the above, but I don't think she'll ever truly know who he really was. you know, I think when that police mentions his daughter, he gets real upset. I'm just saying.
And then at some point down the road, oh, we still don't have enough to find out for sure that he did this, that, and the other thing. But let's go back and talk to him. You really think I'm going to feel like giving you any more information?
From our perspective, you have to see it sort of the other side of the coin. You know, what guarantees do we have that you're going to give us the information?
You don't have any guarantees.
Exactly. Just like you don't. So we're trying to reach an agreement here where we both have some assurances that we're bound by in an agreement. So if we're bound by
I don't have any guarantees, but it's pretty likely you're going to get the information.
Why do you say that? I mean,
Because it looks like I'm stuck here for a while.
well, what incentive would you have to give out the information?
I don't know. I'm sure things will come up. Right now, you guys got me on pencil restrictions.
Pencil restrictions.
I don't know. What is that, Joe?
That's to get you to stop eating pencils, I guess.
Look, I think, you know, what we're trying to do is, look, it's obviously a situation where you have interest and we have competing interest. You know, like I said, things are negotiated like that.
He didn't want to be analyzed.
I
Is
think
what
we
he
can
didn't want.
negotiate something like that, but, you know, we need a little bit more to do it. You know, to avoid Vermont doing what they're going to do, to avoid, you know, what the FBI nationally is going to come down and say we should have been doing in this case. You know, that's our interest in it.
But I don't see what you keep talking about what Vermont's going to do. But if you've already said that I'm going to be charged with this federally, if they
Well, I don't know, federally or state. They haven't.
But
told
one
me.
or the other soon, right?
That's what, well, I mean, look, I've been holding them off, and I can ask them to hold off a little bit longer. I mean, that's their plan. They've said that in the press conference.
I'm just
I
saying
was
originally
charged.
this was all this information on the Courier case was supposed to become part of the other information that I gave you prior to that.
Yeah.
And now it's all of a sudden become a separate thing, and now you want more information to add to this.
We're just trying to control, you know, what happened at the very outset when we didn't know the full scope of things. Let's just deal with that problem. All right, maybe we can't, you know, solve every single problem here, but we're happy to kind of try to solve Vermont. And I think it would be minimal impact to you if we convince them that, look, you know, he just pleads guilty here and then gets wrapped up all globally in Alaska. That would be probably have the least impact on you. Agree?
Yeah, you know, this whole thing is already a huge.
You know, we're just trying to solve the
They never even found the bodies. At least if they had found the bodies, then it's just, you know, there's no way around it now. You charge me with the couriers. Everybody knows now, as soon as you charge me with that I gave you all the information you have, because you didn't find any on your own. Even after they knew they were at the landfill, they're like, oh, we didn't find them, but they were definitely murdered, and we definitely have the person who did it. And now, pretty soon, we're going to tell everybody who did it. And the person who did it is Iserael Keys. So how did they know that? Well, you must have told them, so whatever.
How can we avoid?
You can't avoid it now. That's already happened. I mean, the majority of it's already happened. The only thing left is you to come out and say, yeah, the Iserael Keys is the one who's going to be charged for it. So
And they didn't say that.
they didn't say it yet. I'm just saying I'm going to be charged for it. You said soon, either federally in Vermont or in Vermont, and that's.
Well, is there a way we can
These
kind of
games
please
he's playing is very annoying.
keep the lid on things in Vermont any longer? I mean, and maybe, you know, I know you have another situation to work out, but give us something that buys us time.
I don't. How do I know how much time? First of all, I'm not buying any time because they already did a freaking news story on it, and you've already said they're chomping at the bit to charge me now. So, you know,
But if we can get something from them and simply just say, hey, hold off, or some other sort of, deal. I mean, look, obviously our preference, I think yours is too, to wrap all this up, globally with all the other crimes. But,
Well, that's only if I can get what I want out of it, and that's looking less likely all the time, especially since I still have no idea. It's been freaking months since we first started talking, and like I say, I still have no idea what's, like, in a broad scope of thing, what is going on or what is going to happen or how long each of these things is going to take. I have no idea. I haven't been able to get a straight answer on it from day one, so.
I can tell you in terms of the Courier case, because all I did, I laid it out here, you set the deadlines. And we put deadlines in here, at least for your edification. We can put more deadlines. We can sort of work on, the language. We can work on how much you count.
There's no deadline. I mean, the only deadlines are events that happen. They're not dates.
Well, I said there's a couple weeks from the events, and then there's, seeking expedited review. And so that's, what I've been working on. It's not like, we've been sitting here just, calling back to Washington, D.C. and asking, how can I screw Israel keys? I've been trying to kind of, pulling my hair out, trying to figure out a way to kind of resolve this dispute and settle everything where, you have the best chance of getting what you want, and we have the best chance of getting what we want. So I've been dealing, like you said, Vermont, what happened, if we had to do over again, maybe we would have done it a little differently. But we didn't know the full scope of things, and, it is what it is. We can't rewrite that. What we can do is we can change the future as to what happens. And we'll change, we can change the future as to these other things. Because, right now, your concern is that you go to court on the Couriers and then all these details come out that you don't necessarily want to come out, right?
With everything that I told
okay, with everything. Right. We keep going the way we are and not agreeing on different things, then I think stuff like that's going to happen. So you're sort of between a rock and a hard place. Hey, if you don't agree globally, you can't stop the flow of information from Vermont. They'll exert whatever influence, and they can kind of use your confessions against you. Right now, before that case is charged, you're in a position of power where you can negotiate. All right, well, here's the deal. I'll give you this other stuff, but here's what I want out of it. And your information is, valuable now. It's valuable to you, and it's valuable to us.
It's only valuable to me as long as I still have it. I don't. There's nothing.
But the value is that it'll be in the agreement, and we're bound to the agreement.
Yeah, and the value is also, that they would, they would use it in capital crimes to justify whatever the decision they have to make there confidentially. So there's that. There's other stuff in terms of limiting the amount of information, if we keep going the way we are, then there's no agreements, and who knows what people will use. But there's a way now to kind of...
Well, you should know, because you're the one I gave the information to at this point.
Well, what I'm saying is that if we sort of strike a deal on it and it limits what we're, we all bosses, like I said, they're going to tell us, hey, you have to present all this information in court to justify whatever decision the jury's going to make on him. But if there's a binding agreement that says otherwise, at least then we have a reason not to, and then we're bound not to do that. And that could avoid the negative consequences that you're concerned about. I think there's a way to do it. I just don't want to shut any doors here.
Well, I don't either, but the problem is I think you're trying to open all the doors at once, and I still don't even know what's behind door number one. So,
What do you mean open all the doors at once? Because I don't.
That's what this letter is asking for. You want, to an extent, as much information as you can get, and I still have no idea what's going to happen with it. If this doesn't work out from my perspective, then you still have your information, and then I still have no idea what's going to happen to me. So,
But I think up front, all we get is jurisdiction. If I,
Until you get
We
your
are,
insurance.
Yeah.
because we already know the numbers, right?
so, yeah, all we get up
So all
front
we're
is
getting is
jurisdiction.
where?
And not even a specific where, just
A jurisdiction.
Not a-
Eastern District.
Not a year, not anything else. Not a name. It's just to fill your needs, to kind of simply say, hey, I don't want this to be a problem in
I just-
getting what I want.
I mean, if I'm going to give you any information, I would just rather have something that's tangible that I get for it.
Well, I mean, let's talk about it. I mean, again, there are no promises, but,
Well,
you know,
if
let's,
it's not a promise, then it's not very tangible.
well, it's tangible in that we can, you know, assure you what we're gonna do. Some of this, like you said, is out of our hands in terms of judge and jury, or.
No, I get
But,
that.
hey, you know, tangible is a letter from a jurisdiction that says, I'm not gonna prosecute you. I mean, that's tangible.
I'm talking about something that says, like I say, my main concern has always been the amount of information that's released that I have given you, the details, certain details. You know, to me, that's a major concern, and I don't. And right now, I'm still really fuzzy on, you know, if what I want. It sounds, I don't know, from what I've been hearing, it sounds like it has to come out. If it goes to the death penalty sentencing phase, it sounds like all that stuff is going to come out. And I don't know, it's just...
Well, I mean, that's why.
And in the meantime, I'm also concerned about you releasing that information anyway, as whether you're doing it to piss me off or whether you're doing it to get the public's attention or for whatever reason, you know.
So let's control that, Israel. None of that has to come out, or the stuff that you don't want to come out doesn't have to, if we negotiate and agree upon what that is.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
So let's do that.
Yeah, so it's not, you know, look, I didn't write that letter to say, hey, take it or leave it. I mean, I gave it to you, let you review it, you know. Agreements are negotiated all the time.
What would you like to see in there that's not?
No, I don't know, because I don't even know what's possible at this point. All I know is, you know, with all the information that I've given you, it's really freaking...
Well, I mean, I could come up with a plan C, you know, if you want, and my plan C would look something like this. You know, Israel sort of controls the amount that comes out in the sentencing of the couriers. You know, we can agree upon what that is, maybe they, you know, sort of a you know, brief statement of I killed this person and they're buried here, right? You know, in exchange for, obviously, we're going to do all those things in advance to get your assurances of non-prosecution, but then you're also controlling the extent of information that comes out. So, I mean, I think, you know, look, like I said, it's sort of catch-22. You want to have the death penalty imposed upon you. The more information the judge or jury has, the more likely that would be. But, you know, I guess my plan C is, well, you know, then at least we can kind of do quantity over, hey, you know, details of what happened. I think that, you know, would be
Yeah, but the
compelling.
time to do that is at sentencing, not now.
Mhm. No, well, I mean, we have to get started on it to at least
Why?
corroborate it and get those assurances from those jurisdictions, right?
Otherwise, if it
Well, I
comes out
don't
at
know.
sentencing, you get
See, this
charged.
is the stuff I don't know. I mean, how the hell do I know we have to do it now? For all I know, you can charge me, and then at the time of the sentencing, you know, we can say, look, there's this additional information. I just don't see where I have any incentive to give you any more information right now, because all this stuff is going to happen to me anyway. I mean, whether I'm charged federally or in Vermont, I don't even understand how they can charge me in Vermont, because Feldes told me this was a federal crime. So that was the whole idea of me giving you like the guns and the silencers and all that crap, because I thought it was all going to be federal, and now you're saying they want to charge me locally, and I don't even, whatever, you know, you're the lawyer, so.
I think that nothing, there's nothing that can't be overcome here, all right? And that's what I'm just trying to work on. I'm trying to figure out a way where everybody gets closest to their goal. And I think we can do that.
Oh, you're going to get your goals.
Well, I don't know that. What do we just go back and they're going to assure the guys, hey, well, don't worry, Israel said we're going to get what we want, so don't worry, guys. I mean, you know what they're going to say to that. This way, at least if there's an agreement, we can show them, I can go, it's not just Israel saying, it's an agreement that, we have that, he's going to get us close to our goals, we're going to get as close as we can to his goals, and, hey, we're both walking away, leaving something at the table. Jurisdictions are walking away, leaving something at the table. I mean, we'd have to get those assurances, and, that's something that's going to take time. And that would prevent you from, the detriment of getting dragged around, which is something you've told us you want to avoid. And I'm just trying to keep it together.
Right.
And I think this is the
that's
best
another
way.
concern I have is, I give you this information, things don't work out my way, I still get dragged around.
How do you figure?
Y'all, that detective said he's just trying to keep it together. I bet he is. I will be pulling my hair out right now. I bet he is trying to keep it together from jumping over that table. What? I'm telling you, Israel Keys was a hard person to crack. They are just going in circles like a dog chasing its tail. Joanne, I had to check. He is included as an example on the scale of evil involved in the compulsion in the book, The Evil. He is also the topic of the book, The Face of Evil. I remember him. Yeah, well, he's very evil. That's a fact. He sure is evil. There's no doubt. There's no doubt in my mind that he's evil. Yeah. Phyllis says, I would need medication, lots and lots of medications. That's a fact, man. I mean, he is so irritating trying to keep control. He really is. He's just irritating. And the reason he also don't want no media exposure too is because he thinks in his warped ass mind that he's built this image of himself living this double life that he was living, because he definitely was living a double life. It wasn't good enough. He had a home, he had a job, and listen, this man, I'm going to say it again, he had an honorable discharge from the military, okay? And then he owned a construction company. They thought he was a hard worker, or everybody saw him as a hard worker. But he had this double life. It wasn't good enough. He had this family at home. Yes, the new evil, thank you. But none of that was good enough. So I don't know, but The one in Alaska, Samantha, the 18-year-old, she's the one that got him caught. I guess we've been on here quite a while. We'll pick this up probably. We'll do it in either sometime early afternoon, probably. And we'll come back on here and finish this up because, we want to get to the definite part where he unalived himself and all the things that he did. And we want to get to the nitty gritty of it. But I also want to say, her father, I want to stress this again for those that wasn't in my live earlier today. If you didn't watch that, just watch that live. I've never asked y'all to go back and watch a live, but just watch that. That was a pretty good live, if I have to say so. And her father, his name was James, and he went to bat for everything for his daughter, everything he had in him. What do we always say? He was knocking on the cops' doors. He was doing everything in his power to make sure this man was caught. And he was. And then, after all these shenanigans right here, what does he do? He takes the coward's way out. Wow. My heart definitely goes out to that family. It still does. Even to his daughter, she did nothing. God, I feel so sorry for her. She was 10 at the time. His wife, oh my God, I can't imagine. I can't. I would be devastated is not even the word for it. But I appreciate each and every one of you being here tonight. Cecilia, thank you. Thank all of you for commenting. Thank you for coming in, spending some time over here. Annabella, thank you so much. Y'all go sub up to Annabella Honey. I dropped her link a while ago. Y'all go sub up to her. And please, this is full credit to Dark Crimes Watch. We've dropped their links several times. Please go sub up to them. And I will see y'all tomorrow and we will finish this up. Actually, we don't have that much more. It's not that much. Uh-oh, I don't want to move this. We don't have that much more of it. Okay. So we'll get to the nitty gritty tomorrow and finish this up. But I'll see you. I'll see you in the streets. YouTube streets, that is. And y'all have a great night. Let me take this banner down. Y'all have a great night. Thank you so much. Thank you. Bye.